Hi, and welcome back to our study of the history of philosophy without any gaps by Peter Adamson. And I am Nerdalliun Plebz, and today with me, Rogério Marques, Graham Pong, and Zara Spake. Welcome back, you guys.
Great to be back.
Likewise, great to be back.
Be here.
Okay, so
Yeah.
let's start by showing a few visual aids. Nerdalliun, please, if you wanted to add something.
No, I just wanted to say that today we'll be discussing episodes 7 to 9 from the India sub-series of the history. And we'll be finishing up about the Upanishads and looking at very early work in grammar by Panini, and also getting a start on Buddhism.
Okay, so we're still not going anywhere, dwelling in the Indian subcontinent, especially the northern parts, just below the Himalayas. That look very frightening with this increased emphasized terrain map, and so yeah, as you mentioned, we will look at three subjects. We will cap the Upanishads, Panini's grammar, and introduce the Buddha. And so we will start with a few final thoughts on the Upanishads by Peter Adamson interviewing Brian Black, which involved, for starters, to give you guys a hint of how the Upanishads were massively important to at least one brilliant mind of Western philosophy, Schopenhauer, who said, in the whole world, there is no study so beneficial and so elevating as that of the Upanishads. It has been the solace of my life. It will be the solace of my death. So Arthur Schopenhauer, who suffered a cruel mother and other circumstances of life where suffering was involved, and he claimed that he found solace in the study of the Upanishads, which had been made available during his lifetime by a translation titan called Max Muller, who translated many texts in Sanskrit to German, which was basically the first entry point of these texts to the Western, so-called Western world. I know you're there in the South. Okay, and so they talked about, they characterized the Upanishads to complement what we already had said in the previous sessions. So regarding classification, they are the fourth and final part of the Vedas. As their purpose, they often comment, but not technically comment on earlier Vedas while not technically reading like commentaries. And they say much about earlier Vedic texts. So basically, the Vedic texts are the springboard for the themes addressed in the Upanishads. They are probably dated around 700 to 200 BCE, at least the written composition date, which even that date is very foggy for the scholars. And before that, these Upanishads probably existed, transmitted orally from one generation to the next. And they are not all composed. They are not composed all by the same kind of school or entity. They are composed by different schools that might have been in competition. Their themes, we already have an idea about them from previous session. So self, ultimate reality, and importance of breath. And they are quite heterogeneous in terms of the positions that they hold. Even within the same Upanishad, we can see different people having different positions on the same subject. And then let me just finish the list, and then we can kind of comment them. They also legitimize their role. The contact privileges the Brahmin caste. They kind of shows the Brahmin caste in a way as a privileged and high status class of society who perform the Vedic rituals, and also using the previous Vedas as basis for this legitimization. But they also critique the earlier Vedas for some people interpreting them and committing excess ritualism, probably without due reverence and paying little attention to new ideas of major themes and perhaps even virtues and character development as well. Critique of Brahmins for being only Brahmin in name without understanding the teachings properly. So kind of like Jesus criticized the Pharisees. Also, they showcase competition between different schools. They wanted to compete and prove that they had the best teaching above all other schools. And the authors are practically probably all male Brahmins. And then they have had both a religious and philosophical status. They have all the kinds of characteristics of religious scripture. However, they exist in a way that criticizes other previous scripture in a philosophical way, mainly through these dialogues that are prominent in the Upanishads. They also claim an esoteric or within the school's status, not an universal status or exoteric status. The Upanishads were mostly not intended for public consumption, but for the initiates and disciples of each school. And although they do that, they also pose universal questions. So it's kind of an enriching experience as it was for Schopenhauer and as well for us to study these and think about the questions that they raised without necessarily accepting them in blind faith. Their conclusions, at least. And then the target audience, although primarily Brahmin teachers, some Upanishads also seem to cater to the Kshatriyas, the royal class of warrior class of ancient India, and they do this by showing that the masters, that the royals can also shine. So they even portray some kings as giving lessons to Brahmins, kind of like a rhetorical device, probably, to appeal to these Kshatriyas to also pay attention to the Brahmins. And also they use authoritative characters. These guys like Yajnavalkya, which sounds a really authoritative Brahmin thinker, and also gods. So they use very big mouthpieces. And well, when I was reading this, I imagined Plato seeing this and having ideas, or at least seeing the after effects or the aftershocks of the Upanishads from a few removes. It's plausible, but we cannot be sure that it might have been the case. But the chronologies kind of seem to tempt us into thinking that. And then as I mentioned, they use the king as a mouthpiece. And so they also even went so far as to use target audience adapted rewards by saying that if you know this teaching properly, you will be able to defeat all your enemies, or you will be able to expand your territory, or you will be able to smash all your enemies to bits. So probably these Upanishads that claim these benefits weren't addressed to Brahmin pupils who would follow the Brahmin lifestyle, but rather to Kshatriya warrior guys. And then Brian Black said, we should remember that words like sacred and religious and philosophical are all our words, mostly coming from Greek and Hebraic, with our very sort of modern ways of thinking about them. The Upanishads don't draw such lines between the kind of material they're talking about. So, okay, I'll tag out and let you guys interpret this and comment on this and ask questions. Go ahead, guys.
So I think one of the things that's a temptation sometimes in academic philosophy is to think, okay, we've got this really cool basketball game or wrestling match or something, but it's compartmentalized. It's over in this little area. And in our department, we argue about these ideas and we play that game, and it has no application to the rest of the world. I think what's interesting about what you just covered here on this last slide is that another way of approaching philosophy is that it's whatever answers you think you're going to be able to get to, they're supposed to have a profound impact on your success in life, on whether or not you live properly, on how you're oriented in relationship to things, so that you can, it's supposed to affect everything. With that Schopenhauerian quote of, this changes everything for me, is there's at least the promise of that. So we could keep that in mind and say, hey, maybe there's something to be gained here that's not just, I think people outside philosophy like to do that too. Say, well, philosophy's over there and it's some silly thing, but it's supposed to be affecting everything.
Yeah, so I can maybe make two comments of things I recall that you didn't include the notes of. It's very comprehensive notes. Thanks, Rogério. It's quite helpful summary of the episode. They also talked a little bit about featuring women in the Upanishads, and they said the majority of the conversations are men talking to other men, but when women arrive on the scene and they have conversation, it's no big deal. There's no fuss or hoo-ha made about a woman participating, and they participate just the same as men. And so it looks like women participating in philosophy was slightly more normalized in India than we're used to, say, in the Greek context. But yeah, still mostly men in the conversations. And then I guess related to this last quote by Brian Black about the distinctions between religion and philosophy and all that being Western. And I think one of the things he says is that the Upanishads don't care whether we call them philosophy or not. They have a bit of a conversation that you can approach them with a hermeneutic strategy of reading them as if they're philosophical texts. And Brian Black is a professor of religious studies, so he also reads them as religious texts. I think we kind of made that point right before, saying, well, those kinds of distinctions are Western distinctions that don't necessarily fit easily into Indian stuff. But yeah, they also say that some of the Upanishads are much easier to interpret as pieces of philosophy, and some of them less so. And at least Peter Adamson seems to draw the line or consider as more philosophical where there are more explicit arguments being made. So some of the Upanishads are conversations where people put forth positions and then they refute the positions with arguments, and there can be counter arguments to those arguments, and a back and forth having an argument. And to Peter Adamson's mind, that looks like a very philosophical activity happening. So he's happy to call those philosophy. But then there are other Upanishads or other parts of Upanishads where there's more rhetoric or like mythological narrative elements that seems more like religious literature than philosophy. But yeah, I guess similar things could be said for early Greek philosophy. There's some more mythological narrative elements in some of the, say, pre-Socratics, and even in pieces of Plato, and other parts where it's more arguments being made and refutations. And yeah, I guess in some of the dialogues, there's explicitly very rhetorical strategies being used that wouldn't be considered good arguments in these days. And so maybe the really bad arguments can be considered less philosophical, even in a Greek context. And I wanted to bring that up because we had a commenter who was a little disappointed, saw the title History of Indian Philosophy, I guess, or just India, I guess, and got excited and thought we would be talking about some of the things that most straightforwardly is quite easy to map into areas of philosophy as we study it in Western philosophy, like areas of epistemology and that kind of thing. And we will get to that. Those are more sutras that were written a little later in history than the period we're still talking about. So we're starting a little earlier back, where the lines between philosophy and religion in India still a little bit more blurry and a little more mixed in the same pieces of literature. But later Indian philosophy, there are some very philosophical, like the majority of the text is just straightforward philosophy in the sense that Westerners also do philosophy. And yeah, so we'll get to straightforwardly Indian philosophy soon enough.
It's a bit like Hesiod's working days. He gives a lot of life advice that is can make the difference between a lazy person like his brother, who is always complaining about, and a person who is very productive and a wealthy, valuable member to a society, who farms correctly and respects the gods in doing so. And so there's a lot of virtue ethics there, even politics somehow mixed in with rituals and divine command theory and involving the gods and this explaining the seasons with the gods. So if we look at the equivalent kinds of places in Western literature, we can also find these kinds of texts that are a mishmash of what we could consider philosophical and involving religion. So we could also kind of try to make the Upanishads more familiar to us with that. But having said that, and you mentioned the commenter, who I appreciate very much. I even wrote a shout out for him, and I'll proceed to read it because I want to praise him in having had the time to check us out, and also having had even the time to write such an enriching and complete account of the philosophical schools in his comment. So shout out to our favorite commenter, Gauravja MU5GV, for he has graced us with a highly enriching comment foreshadowing what is no doubt to come after we finish the foundational texts of ancient India. We will get there, bro. Please hang in there. We will talk about the Nyaya, Vaishashika, Mimamsa, Samyika, Purva Mimamsa, and much, much more. Once again, thank you, Gauravja-MU5GV, for taking the time to check out our live stream and leaving such a valuable comment. Okay, having said that, please feel free, guys, to comment on what was just showed here in the slides, and feel free to ask me to go back and forth in the slides if needed.
Okay, yeah, no, I was going to say I appreciated the comment as well, and it's one of those where we're starting out very, very high level, and yeah, we'll drill down into that detail as goes on. One of the things that jumped out to me in this episode was it's like the Upanishads are like a second stage run through on this over the same material. It's like the Vedas were like the first pass where you got the most essential stuff out first, and then these Upanishads were sort of like the Vedas were like the bricks, and then the Upanishads were like the mortar filling in the gaps in between the Vedas. And one thing that really jumped out to me is the interrelationship between the Brahmins and the Kshatriyas, and the way that relates to the way that they handled knowledge and their respective roles. Because it's like there was this universal body of knowledge that existed, and the Kshatriyas, the kings, could teach some of that to the Brahmins if the Brahmins didn't know it already. And because of that, the Brahmins knew all of that, plus all the other extra stuff that basically you needed to trust the Brahmins on. And that helped establish, like the public's trust in the Brahmins' authority in those areas. And again, the interrelationship. Sometimes the Brahmins teach the Kshatriyas, sometimes the Kshatriyas teach the Brahmins. In each of them has like their own leadership role. And it's very interesting. And as far as Zara's point, with the mod sensibility being, projected backwards, I agree 100%. And that whole has gotten really worse post-Renaissance, because that's where the whole modern specialization came in. It's like prior to that, pretty much all knowledge was sort of rolled into like natural philosophy, where that was everything, including math and medicine and everything. And after the Renaissance, as more knowledge exploded, it required more and more than a lifetime to learn everything. That's when specialization started, and that's when we ended up with our much more fractured view of things. And we shouldn't project it backwards. Agree. Going to tag on all of this.
at least we should try to be humble and modest, and have the awareness that these people thought like ancient people in a very different context, and at least have the humility that probably our first pass of interpretation will have a lot of projection in it, and we need to go through the material more, read associated exegeses, commentaries, wrestle with it by having conversations like we are having right now, questioning things instead of just making concluding statements too eagerly. Because, for instance, when they wrote the Upanishads, some of the Brahmins were probably aiming at attracting more pupils to their school. Others might have been careful to expose the errors of the ways of other schools, or even some of the misinterpretations of the Vedas that other schools were making. And they were also trying to gain a favor with the royal class, who probably were the source of of funding. And so when it boils down to these very concrete things that are true as today, they are true and are true in that time, and add to that the religious context, then maybe we can start to have an idea of what was going on, but always with a lot of speculation, because the scholars that have studied this for many decades, they don't even know the dates very correctly to know how things line up chronologically and whatnot. So there are a lot of unanswered, maybe unanswerable questions.
Yeah, so maybe just a brief comment. I don't recall them spelling it out in detail, but I like roughly recall them saying that the Upanishads are like a fourth layer of a multi-layer system that is the Vedas. So they present themselves as part of the Vedas, but like a layer on top of the layer. So I think the metaphor or the image that Graham brought up of the mortar in between the bricks is a really cool one, because it's also like a multi-layered kind of system. It's just I think there are more layers, and even the Upanishads, if they were composed over a period of 500 years, I think one could probably analyze them into several layers as well, sort of earlier texts and later texts. I mean, even just Plato's text can be sort of analyzed into 3 layers: his very early life text, and his middle life text, and his end of life text, and they have different characteristics. So if that's true for one person in one lifetime, I think you could probably find even a lot more than 4 layers in a period spanning 500 years. And I also say it includes several different schools of thought, so not even just different individuals writing, but also schools of thought. So as a whole, they're a little contradictory. And as one of the things that kind of, before I got into religion, not religion, philosophy, when my major exposure to any kind of philosophical thoughts was just in the form of my religious upbringing. It first and foremost, the thing that drove me to more rational methods for inquiry, for answering those questions, was the brute fact of disagreement, when people who seemed absolutely convinced that they had received the truth from a divine source say contradictory things, sort of force a dilemma of choice on a person. And like whenever I encounter sort of people claiming some kind of divine wisdom and see, well, there are several people here claiming divine wisdom and they're saying contradictory things to each other, it puts me back in that mind, like, yeah, well, even if people claim it's divine wisdom, I still feel a real need to subject it to rational scrutiny, and like the need born there to sort of avoid the risk of, I guess, following the wrong divine source, because there seems to be risk that you could pick the person that was deceived by a demonic force into believing that they were given divine revelation, but really the other divine revelation was the correct divine revelation. And yeah, those kinds of worries are what drove me away from like just blind faith, just picking one and sticking to it and hoping for the best, to more asking probing questions and asking how things can be verified or tested in different ways. So yeah, just the fact that even in India, these people who had these advanced meditation techniques and these supposed, for some people, they treat Indian mystics and Indian spirituality as a cut above Western, anything in Western spirituality. Does that mean of all of Western philosophy taking cheat notes from Buddhism, for example? But even in these supposedly spiritually superior cultures, also can seem to quite agree all on like what is the divine wisdom that should be taught, and also a need for scrutiny and argument, as the Indians apparently figured out for themselves, because not very long afterwards they started writing treatises on how you can systematically and rationally test ideas and rationally arrive at ideas as well. So yeah, I think that's all very interesting to me.
And to add to that, to be sure, not all Upanishads are kind of using gods and religious themes. There are some Upanishads that are quite scientific. They attempt to describe the atomic components of the universe and mention nothing of the sort of religious. It's kind of like a shame that Adamson and Ganeri didn't touch upon these more atheistic Upanishads. But in these 108 main Upanishads, there are some quite philosophical and scientific Upanishads that demarcate very far from any religious tones. Well, what my duty is to kind of tell you the guys that these exist if you are unaware of them, and recommend you to check out the Upanishads by yourselves, and we can continue to discuss them even outside of the live streams, even if just via text. And this is a project that I'm continuing to do. I will continue to wrestle with these texts, like I'm doing, for instance, with the Katha Upanishad, and I'm joining different translations so I can figure it out better. And probably this will be a situation where the art is longer than life, because there's so much to go through and so much to think about, and there will probably be much to learn for years to come. Having said this, I wanted to show you guys a few examples of Upanishads before we close them, which is, for instance, one that we were mentioning last session in the Great Forest Upanishad. Yajnavalkya teaches Brahma Vidya to King Janaka, so he teaches him some doctrines from Brahma, and this is a relief on a temple in Tamil Nadu in India, and this Yajnavalkya, he says something that I hope that you remember for when we start talking about the Buddha a few slides ahead. He says this: the self that which has been described as not this, and so he doesn't commit with the definition of the self. He just says that a bunch of things popularly or even in other schools held to be the self. He denies all of them, but he does not commit to a definition, to a formal final definition. And then we also have in the Chandogya Upanishad one of the earliest descriptions of the return of the soul after death. So this concept that has pervaded Pythagoreanism, Platonism, and before that emerged in the Brahmanic culture, but not in the early Vedas. It appeared in the Upanishads. The Chandogya Upanishad is the earliest, one of the earliest descriptions of this. So King Pravana instructs a great sage, so roles reversed here. And I added here emojis, but they don't appear, curiously. Like I added for the first, second, fourth, and fifth fire, I added a fire emoji, but they don't show. But okay, imagine that there are fires there. And so doctrine of five fires, so something that tempts us to think about Heraclitus. And so first fire, world of the heavens, then the second, rain from the sky, from the heavens. Third, the earth where the rain falls, and then fourth and fifth, male and female, and then there we have the components of the yin yang there. And also the king described two paths that lay before the soul after the death of the person, and he would even include a third path. So the first path is for those that seek wisdom of being. The soul goes to the gods, Devayana, and their abodes. The second path for those who are generous and give alms. The soul goes to the heavenly regions of their ancestors, called Pitrayana, eventually returning them to earth as rain. Some born again as grains, shrubs, and herbs. Therefore, the idea that Pythagoras imagined himself in a previous life as a shrub or whatnot. To be eaten by living beings. Form souls take on earth depends on previous conduct. So both including here transmigration of the souls, rebirth or reincarnation, and also hinting at karma. So good works results in born again in good families or maybe high castes. Evil conduct born again as animals. And then there is the third path for those who neither sought wisdom nor gave alms. This path is kind of like dismissed at first by the king, who doesn't consider it a viable path. So soul revolves endlessly in small creatures born and dying quickly on earth. Thus, the world became full of creatures. So they just point, and so, well, another reason for us to be happy, we are seeking wisdom. At least this time the emoji showed up.
I went through so many millions of lives, or as an insect being eaten so rapidly. I'm finally getting. It's like wipe the sweat off your brow. Lucky us.
Yeah, and at least it seems that we are on the first path, if this doctrine has anything to hold on to, and if it has a ground to stand on. It's really, really interesting. And this is the conclusion of the Upanishads. Next slides are Panini's grammar, but guys, feel free to comment, ask questions, disagree with anything that has just been said.
Can you go back 2 slides?
Sure. This one?
No, one more.
Or this one?
No, go back again.
Oh, okay. So maybe you want the relief
there,
or
okay,
this one.
So wait a minute. Okay, so why? You said he won't commit to a definition. Why?
Well, probably it's because the self is the quintessential thing that is in flux, that is constantly changing, even more so than a river. You tomorrow are not the same as you today, even though there is a strong causal relationship, much stronger than between other so-called beings. And so since every single self is unique and all selves are constantly updating, trying to define the self, maybe he realized that it's a futile endeavor.
Remember the image from 2 classes ago about the fingers not touching? Remember there was the symbol of the wise teacher, but the fingers are almost touching, but they're not touching. So I don't know enough about this specific teacher, but
the mudra of the fingers touching. This symbolizes, to bring them together symbolizes the union of the self with the wide cosmos, or the union of the Atman with the Brahman. Okay. And if they are not touching, it means you have just a bit more to go.
Right. So he's defining the self as not this, not this. One of the ways that could be is that, well, you can't pin it down. It's like a river, like you said, it's constantly in flux and changing. So if you think you got the answer, it became something else in the meantime. And that may be the case. There's another way of understanding maybe that same concept, though, which is it's a denouncement of the possibility. This is hard for us in philosophy to deal with people who have this idea. But here, right, in Indian philosophy, it might be a denouncement of the possibility of actually nailing it down in propositional form. As soon as you say this, as soon as you can point at it, as soon as you've put it into a word, it's definitely not that. It's definitely not that, because the words are insufficient to be exactly the thing we're trying to get at, right? So he's got this heroic philosophical mission of saying, I'm going to get at the thing that I know from the start. As soon as I point at something, it's not that, because what it is can't be pointed. It can't be presented as the pointing of a finger. So the word itself, the proposition, the name, this, he knows ahead of time, not this. Whenever I think I've got it, if I can say this, I know it's not that, because of what it, right? That's a heck of a thing, right? And there's a lot of that's a heck of a thing for people who are interested in philosophy. Basically, I think you can separate all people interested in philosophy into those who run screaming away from someone who talks like that, versus someone who's like, oh, that's really interesting. I wonder if you're getting at something really great. Anyway, it seems to me that might be something that he's committing to the impossibility of accomplishing the project. Maybe you can get there through the process of philosophy, but whatever the answer is, it's not something that can be nailed down in that way. And he sort of knows that before the journey starts.
Yeah, I was going to say you got to the right conclusion at the end. From my take, what he's trying to express is that there are ideas and concepts that cannot be captured into words. And it's like you can understand things you can't express. That seems to be, to me, the sort of realm that he's wrestling with here. And, for me, what you were saying there, it sparked an idea that I hadn't had before. And that's the idea that a lot of Western philosophers are word people. And they need their definitions and they need their words. And if they don't have their words, they can't deal with a subject. And what you're talking about here is something that inherently can't be put into words. So it's almost like, the idea that Western philosophers, because of their choice of tools, are inherently colorblind because they filtered out exactly what's being talked about here. Right. If that makes sense to people, can I tag on that?
Right. Okay, exactly. Now here's the wild thing. You never know your own culture till you travel. Half of Western philosophers are like that. When Socrates says on his deathbed, he says, look, I'll never have the knowledge I've been seeking through this propositional game until after I die and I'm reunited with the source of all being. He says the exact same thing. He says, I'm aiming at this thing that I know we'll never get to, but we can get closer to it. We can orient ourselves towards it properly and fix our souls before we die so that we have the best chance of actually getting to it. But he's saying the same thing. We were talking earlier about this idea of, so it's exactly what you're saying. So it's propositional words. So propositions can exist in the mind. They're the things you can communicate in argumentative form. That's the whole game of philosophy. The whole game of philosophy is we're going to have a conversation. I can't give you a feeling. I can't give you an impression, right? That's ridiculous and inappropriate in philosophy to talk that way. But there are philosophers in the West, one half of the two groups, who are aimed at doing exactly this same thing. And I think of them as the greatest philosophers in the West. And I think that we're seeing people on that same level, peers of the greatest philosophers in the West. When we're starting to look, we go away from our culture, and we start to realize what's happening in our own culture as we look at the East. But it's this idea that, okay, post-Cartesian, as you pointed out, post-Leibniz, everybody had to be a specialist, and you had to sort of just say, well, this is the one way that I'm going to think and what I'm going to do. It's like, okay, But Nietzsche's Zarathustra is a prophetic religious text, right? So that's happening in philosophy. There's thinkers in both of these camps all throughout the history of Western philosophy. Some of them saying, look, the answer is characterological, and I love philosophy, and we're going to get close to the answer, and maybe the path is going to get us to the answer, like the Simurgh birds. Because of the journey, we can get to something more than just the words and agreeing to them and saluting them or disagreeing with them and denying them. But there's basically, in my mind, there's two groups of thinkers in the West. And one say, look, there's no such thing. Truth is propositional, and I'm going to get to the right proposition through argument. And I'm running away from all this nonsense talk about something that's not really graspable. But then you've got these consummate thinkers in Western philosophy from the very beginning, Thales and Socrates, Nietzsche, well past science, who's mocking science. We won't get into science, but there's these thinkers who are saying exactly what we're hearing from these first Eastern thinkers that we're looking at, which is philosophy is worth doing and it can get you there, but the answer isn't propositional.
I was going to sit there and say where you're running, where you can get around the barrier that you're talking about is through practice. And the way that basically a written algorithmic practice can induce the same subjective state in different individuals. If you follow this recipe, if you do these things, do these breathings, you will have this effect. And it's very much like the idea of you can't express to somebody in words the idea, your experience of a chocolate cake. However, you can write down the recipe for how to bake a chocolate cake, give that recipe to the other person. They can bake the cake themselves and have that same chocolate cake experience you did. And to me, that's what I'm seeing as a major hole in the way a lot of Western philosophers have viewed philosophy in general, is they kind of excluded that subjective experience practice aspect of it. Gonna tag.
Bravo. I'm going to steal that chocolate cake analogy of yours. That's freaking brilliant. So Methodism. So the Methodists are a sect of Christians, and Methodism is one of the ways you can say, okay, here's a recipe. I'm going to fast for a week, and I'm going to pray this prayer, and I'm going to do these breathing techniques or whatever. That's one of the ways that you can get there for sure. At least it's one of the proposed ways. There are camps of people who say you can get there in these various methodological ways, right? The Methodists, their whole idea, the reason they're called Methodists is that they had recipes like that of fast like this and pray like this, and then you get to the religious revelation through doing those things. And like you mentioned, when you say breathing techniques, obviously there are Eastern traditions that are doing the same thing. It's certainly one of the ways. Now, here's the wild idea. What if the practice of philosophy is one of those things you can do to get there, right? These like Socrates, he's saying we've been having these amazing conversations to clarify our ideas and orient ourselves towards goodness and beauty and truth and justice. And through our friendship and through our attempt to get closer to what's good and what's true by our mutual respect for each other and our admitting that we're not there, but that we can get closer through challenge and things like that, that we can have something more than just settling the proposition. We can actually have exactly that same thing. And, Rogério is leading a class in mysticism where he suggests there's another way, a third way, which is the mysticism of poetry, right? He's looking at Rumi's poems. So there may be many paths to the top of this mountain, but philosophy is a great one. Philosophy might be the one that those of us here appreciate the most. And half of philosophers think that all of this talk is complete nonsense, by the way, right? Half of them aren't aiming at something like that. They're like, look, I want the proposition, and that's, you don't talk to me about something beyond that. And so those philosophers are completely in the game, and we could be wrong that there's something like that. But what I'm trying to underline is that in the West and in the East, there's a tradition of philosophy that's always been there that says, no, this is about something beyond just pointing at the this correctly and saying that you're satisfied. And that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, and probably this ties into why one of the reasons why the Upanishads are so often in the form of dialogues, because it's not just when there's dialogues, it's not just word slinging. It's also the third element that arises out of the dialect. So when there is thesis and antithesis, there's also synthesis. Um, they didn't express it like this, but I think that's what's going on here. And people, by using propositions back and forth, they can kind of start to see some patterns emerge that are, and these patterns are inherently not non-verbal, and probably would only at best be awkwardly put into statements. I would also like to add to what Graham said by saying, if a toaster understands that what a toaster is, it is no longer a toaster by necessity. If a human understands what a human is, it is no longer a human. The guy that I'm studying, Rumi, he said that copper only understands it is copper when it has been alchemized into gold. And having said that, well, we are on the verge of going to Panini's grammar. So please, guys, tell me if I have the green light to go forward or if there is something urgent that needs to be said.
Yeah, I think I have a bit of a link into the next thing. Segue into Panini's grammar. Just talk about pointing at things with words and not being able to quite point at this with any words. Kind of reminded me of a quote that the last time I saw it, it was Bruce Lee who quoted it in an interview. He said it's like a finger pointing to the moon. Don't look at the finger or you will miss all the heavenly glory of the moon. And yeah, I think people can run into a bit of a problem with that, like getting overly fixated on getting the words right and missing what the words are gesturing towards. And with the link to Panini, he's been credited in making the use and mention distinction when it comes to words, where words can be the thing that's being pointed to in themselves, or they can be used to point at things in the world, and those are quite different ways to use words. So, for example, I can point at the word microphone and talk about what the word microphone means, or I can use the word microphone to point at this kind of thing and saying this is a microphone. And those are two very different ways to use language. And it can get people a little bit confused. And yeah, one of the things that stood out to me about Panini's grammar. I guess you have a nice summary for us, don't you?
I hope so. I hope so. I will try. So
Yeah, I was gonna say
go
I'm kind of hungry, so I'm ready to move on and have some panini.
Yes. Yeah, well, it's difficult to listen to the podcast on Panini with an empty stomach. That's for sure. Okay, so Panini, he hails from the place where it's today Pakistan, right to the northwestern edge of the Indian subcontinent, right there, Salutara, Gandhara. And Peter Adamson mentioned that his ideas can be compared with those of modern day linguists like Noam Chomsky. He used the religious context as a motivator and a purpose for this detailed analysis of language, saying that it is the sacredness of the Sanskrit language that makes it worth analyzing in such minute detail, and probably also preserving it as such. And also he said that grammar should be studied for the sake of the preservation of the Vedas. So his legacy was a study of the entire Sanskrit language as far as it can be done. The Astadhyay, or book in 8 chapters, a description of the grammatical structure of Sanskrit using thousands of aphoristic remarks, not hundreds, thousands. This book is interesting. At least it was really interesting to me for several reasons that we will see. I hope we will see in the following slides. So a few important terms: sutras, aphorisms in which Panini set down his grammar. Then there are the Vartika, which are commentary subsequently added to Panini's text by his intellectual descendants or disciples, that make additional points deemed to be absent in the original sutras. There's the Bhashya, which are detailed form of exegesis, which unfolds the teaching and often added illustrative examples. The goal was to explain and expand on the founder's remarks, but also possible that the Bhashya would be a critique to correct some earlier remarks. Then there is the Mahabhashya, the greater Bhashya, the greater exegesis, great commentary written in the 2nd century by Patanjali. We will get to this guy in a future session. Then one of the technical terms that Panini uses is karakas, which is known as a contributory factor for an action. So we will see if we can understand the meaning and use of this. And so to illustrate how daunting is a task to do an entire examination of a language like is Sanskrit, but also its arguably, I think, descendant languages like Greek and Latin, if not descended, closely related to Proto-Indo-European. There was this story, the god Braspati, not to be confused with Prajapati. I sorted that out. So another teacher.
All right, wait. I'm sorry. Can you go back? I have two really short questions.
Okay.
No big burst from me. I just have two really quick questions. All right. Well, first on this first slide, you can go to the next one, but he sort of reminds me from what you're introducing me to of the constitutional scholars who care about language so that they can really figure out what's going on in the text. If you go to the very next slide, I have a quick question for you here. Okay, the karaka, defined as noun as a contributory factor for an action. Can you expound on that for me a little bit?
Yeah, we will, because he has a system of describing the different types of functions of the words. And to give you an example, instead of the sentences being deconstructed like we do as noun, predicate, and the subject of the action, he instead focuses on action. The entire sentences is based on action, and then the nouns are either the agents that provides the action or instruments that do the action. But we will get into this. I hope when we in the next slides I will answer your question. So this story is this god Braspati taught the patient Indra, who, as we've seen in the previous session, he was eagerly patient to learn about the self, and in this story he's learning about language, about all the words, one word at a time, for 1,000 years, at which point they still hadn't finished the subject. And then here is a very interesting painting that I couldn't resist including, that I credit to Jananja Dasa, who has it online, and it shows Indra offends Braspati, and so Indra is in the middle of the painting with his wife. There's an angel kneeling more into the front, and then there's a person, maybe a colleague or someone, who is prostrated next to Braspati, who has become cross at Indra and decided to leave. And if you look at Braspati, who does Braspati look like? He cunningly looks like Socrates. He even is donned in the Greek philosophy kind of attire. So I don't know if Jananja Dasa is playing a trick here on everyone, but I found it really interesting, and so
Yeah, I was
yeah,
just going to comment that they left off the right hand side about the hot prospective student that Socrates, I mean Braspati's looking at. Tag.
you,
left out a slave boy drawing like
you-
geometric figures in sand right next to Braspati.
yeah, there's everything. There's the nose, there's the forehead, the hair, and the beard, and the what's it called, the Greek philosophy robes. And so the point of the story was a moral one. So to absorb in material opulence, Indra forgot to respect Braspati, who thus became aware of Indra's pride in his material opulence and immediately disappeared from the assembly to teach him a lesson, thus showing that gods are faulty, just like the gods of the Iliad and Odyssey. They have flaws, and maybe we should be very, very careful how we choose to use these gods as either role models or learning material on human nature, rather. So this just being an introduction to the complete futile proposition or endeavor of studying language in its entirety. And so to expedite this, potentially Panini deployed generalization and abstraction, pretty much like the logicians use variables to expose the form of a logical argument. Thing that Peter Adamson remarked that Aristotle invented this convention in a couple of centuries later. So that's interesting. And also Aristotle was also known for, in his categories at least, to also talk about words as such, or as words being used to signify something else. But later chronologically than Panini. So this makes Panini quite an interesting thinker to study, especially if one really has an affection for grammar. Quickly state a rule that applies to an indefinite number of linguistic expressions. So basically, he used the trick of language on itself. Words are used as quick to use, straightforward as can be, signposts that are quick to deploy, quick to write, quick to say, that point to signifiers, to signifieds, and the words as in themselves are signifiers. And so he used symbols to quickly state rules instead of having to state them all the time in full. An example adapted to English: let V stand for a verb, then V followed by ed is the past tense of that verb. This rule would allow you to derive walked from walk or cooked from cook. Of course, there are exceptions to this with words, the verbs that end in E. And this is, in fact, pretty much how Panini's grammar works in this respect. Also, they remark that Sanskrit has features like declinable nouns that are shared with related languages like Greek and Latin. Not so much English, that only has the vestiges of these declinabilities in the plural s, and some old forms: child, children, ox, oxen, mouse, mice, etc. Also the possessive s's. And while we are usually taught the basic components of a sentence are subject and predicate, Panini went on a different route. And so hopefully this will answer your question, Zara. So action is the core notion of his grammar. For instance, Devadatta is cooking the rice, as the example used by Peter Adamson. And so Devadatta to us is the noun, to Panini it's the agent of action. Rice to us is the object of the verb, to Panini it's the patient of the action of cooking, or the recipient of the action. And then there's cooking, the verb, or to Panini the action. So additional components of the sentence can be added to indicate the place where the action, the instrument that is being used to perform it, and so on. Like Devadatta is cooking rice in the pot with fire. And so Here we go to this Caracas thing. While English indicates the function of each noun with prepositions, Panini uses case endings. Caracas nouns as contributory factors for some action. Something that at first boggles my mind, and probably still. A thing becomes a caraca with respect to the accomplishment of an action in which it participates, and to try to concretize on what this is. So there's the agent, again, the patient or recipient of an action. There's the instrument that facilitates the action, the donor that donates the source of action, but not the agent. Then there's the target, and I checked the comments on the episode, which I quote here. So Peter Adamson replied in the comments, "I guess that target is more like an accusative object." And then locus, the location of action. And to give an example, the king gives wealth to the Brahmin by his own hand. So the king is the agent, wealth the object given, Brahmin the recipient, hand the instrument. And so by his own hand is considered, the hand is considered a caraca, because it's seemingly non-essential, but adds context to the action. It explains the action more precisely. And so the importance of action in the theory is indicated by the fact that the relationship we express with the proposition of, but instead using a case marker in Sanskrit, is not considered by Panini to denote a caraca. Of just denotes a relationship between two nouns. Example, the greed of the Brahmin. Caracas are more like thematic roles words can play. So this is an alien thing for me, and I'm not by no means a grammar person. So and okay, so feel free to ask questions or disagree with something, or raise some additional points.
The point I don't understand here is I don't understand how Brahman isn't the target, because that seems to be what the target is, because it seems to be that's the the action has its target, and that's the like the was recipient on your previous screen.
Yeah, this also confuses me as well. That's why he didn't explain on the episodes and the text, and people asked him in the comments.
Yeah, because it's like, yeah, I'm not sure of a good way to discern between, like what he's talking about here, between patient and target, because there seems to be a whole lot of overlap there.
Could it be indirect object and direct object, right? I give the book to the girl, right? So giving is primary here. I am ancillary to the giving, right? I'm a part of the givingness. The givingness is what's happening. I and the girl, I and the book are the two things that make the giving a full thing. So giving is primary. The subject and the object is I and the book. That's one thing. And then the indirect object is to the girl, right? I give the book to the girl. Is that the target?
I think the girl would be the patient. I think maybe targets qualify patients. So maybe if you say you kiss a girl's hand, or if you compliment someone's dress, like there's the person is, I don't know which would be I'm completely guessing, by the way.
It could be, yeah. Me too.
Me too. I don't know. I was going to say, building off of Zara's example, because I like that one. It's like in the I gave the book to the girl. It's like I is clearly the agent. The girl is clearly, I mean, it's like, what is the recipient? And I think an argument could be made that the book is the recipient of the giving. Because
I'm not giving the girl. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, you're giving the book. And that would make then the girl the target.
I shouldn't have used giving. I shouldn't have used giving as the verb, because recipient makes it too complicated for us to keep it straight. How about I drove the girl to the store? Let's do that. So now the girl is the patient, right? Driving is what's happening. Driving is the only real thing, but to be real, it has these two little glomming things that go onto it, I and the girl. I'm only speculating and guessing like we all are here. So I'm going to toss this out and then beat it to death after, and let's see what stands up. So going to the store, driving is what's happening. That brings along with it agency and patience. So I and the girl, that's what's sort of the driving is happening. To the store is the target, right? That's an indirect object, basically. I'm guessing. What do we think about the possibility?
Yeah, possibly it's a workable example. Another, to build on your previous sentence, which would be, I gave the book to the girl on her hand. And hand is the target, which is not the recipient, because the recipient is the girl. So it qualifies the patient as Graham was Graham's position. Yeah, and the Nerdalliun as well. I think it qualifies how the patient is the recipient of the action, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still wrestling with it because I'm seeing it that you're starting with the action. So whoever the recipient is has to be tied closest to the action. And that's where I'm seeing, like, with giving being the book, and with driving, it's almost like the recipient would be an implied car. It's
car is the instrument in this case.
It's the donor.
Okay.
I don't know. It wasn't brought up, right? So it wasn't brought up in my example, but I drive the girl in my car to the store, right? I mean, we're really out there. None of us have any idea what the answer to
fascinating exercise in pedantry. Thank you for being nerds with me.
Hey, look, this is really, really fun. So wait,
and then you say you leave her at the door. You leave her at the door, and the door of the store
at the door next to the cat, and then I was like, okay, look, we have no idea what the answer is here. This is worth thinking about. There's a completely different. We're not moving on from this guy yet. There's a completely different question here. There's a live philosophical question that a buddy of mine has been spending the last 2 summers reading all the papers on. It's a linguistics question in the West, and philosophers have been brought in to try to settle this question. It's a ridiculous question. It's called the problem of predication. It's supposedly not supposed to be possible to attach a noun to a verb, and we know why it's not possible. And so it's a miracle every time we do it. We're trying to figure out how language works. So it's a linguistic question that's alive right now. And my buddy read every paper on it, and he would call me like every week, and we talk about it. And I suggested to him that the problem is the primacy of nounness in the way we're thinking, and that really it's the predicate that's the only thing that's real to begin with. It's that of course predication can happen. You're making up and adding on to that in order to have objects doing the things. The doings are all there are. So in a word, this is quite a phenomenal attitude that Panini has, and somebody in the West needs to go study Panini and steal his ideas so that they can win the Nobel Prize for solving this live question in philosophy today, I think. I think he's right, by the way. I think he's onto something. So Nietzsche said of Descartes, I think, therefore I am. So in the 6 meditations of Descartes, everybody in our post-scientific era, they love to come in and say, oh, I think, therefore I am. That's so brilliant. But then in the next, he gets lost because he proves the existence of God and all this other stuff. Nietzsche said, no. Everything follows. Descartes is completely correct about God and everything else if he's correct about I think, therefore I am. And then Nietzsche said, but that seems very dubitable to me. I think, therefore I am. I can ask questions about that, he said, because remember, Descartes' method was to ask questions. And if he can't ask questions, then that must be what's true. He says, who told you that there was an I doing the thinking? That was just an assumption of your approach to language to posit a doer behind the deed. Really what's happening is thinking is manifesting itself, and for convenience sake, you tie a knot around all the things manifesting themselves into these nouns. But really all there is the impression, the making of oneself felt, the doing in the world is what being actually is. Being is a verb, and there's no noun below the verb to begin with. So it's sort of a really nice summation of a phenomenological approach
And foreshadowing Buddhism so hard.
So what Panini's doing here is I think it's phenomenological, and I think there's a lot of wealth to it. And I think if we studied it, we might solve annoying, stupid problems in linguistics that people are still wrestling with today. All right, I'm done.
Yeah, it's like we have cut it to make the noun a thing. We have cut the cosmos, the universe, to make the noun a thing. And it's arbitrary because we had to decide where to cut. But we cannot, I think, cut as well the action, and so the action is there whether we like it or not. Whoever does it or whoever we consider does it, there's the doing, and that is not arbitrary. It's much more essential to the universe. And perhaps if language kind of followed suit, maybe we would have a more suitably philosophical language.
Well, now you'd think the scientists of the West would cotton on to this a little faster than they have, right? Every time they discover a new layer of phenomena in subatomic particles and they smash them to pieces, they always have to put a name on the thing that's doing the doings. But they're at a point with their experiments where it's like, well, the doings are happening, right? We've cut it up so much that location is now a quality of the thing, and that can be separated from the mass qualities of the things, right? It's like being split up so much that you'd think they'd get to a point where they say, wait a minute, this phenomenological approach is actually my scientific conviction writ large, that all that is that which makes an impression on me and my instruments, right? You'd think that they get to it faster, but they're always so stuck on using filler words for the names of things. Anyway, it's kind of curious to me that they haven't gotten to this perspective that we're seeing in the West and in the East.
I was going to say, go ahead, Nerdalliun. Go ahead, Nerdalliun.
I was thinking, I'm not familiar with the problem of predication, but the quick little search around I had a look is that something that comes up mentioned with it is the problem of universals, and that also came up in Peter Adamson's discussion of Panini, and that it's not only a problem in the West, it's a problem that was also addressed by Panini and also hotly debated by Indian philosophers throughout the ages. So I think there's something a little subtle and a little difficult about these notions. It's I know I've sort of wrestled with the existence or non-existence of abstract objects and universals and that kind of thing, and like found myself vacillating between positions. No, of course, abstract objects are just idealizations we use to talk about the world that are useful fictions, and other times like, no, but they absolutely have to be more real than anything than the things they're supposed to talk about, and going back and forth. One thing I've sort of resolved as, like, whenever I go back and forth between two positions, absolutely nothing else in my life seems to change as a result of that. So I've kind of grown a little indifferent to which is correct. I don't use the existence of abstract objects in any practical reasoning or any theoretical reasoning for that matter. It's just not a thing I use. So it's like this intellectual puzzle that can be a little paradoxical for me sometimes, that doesn't seem to me to be of practical importance. And apparently people have been debating about it all over the world for thousands of years. So best for me maybe to be have some humility and think I'm probably not going to figure it out real easy in a way that definitely settles it one way or the other in my lifetime and just by my own efforts. Another thing I wanted to mention is regarding the dates of Panini's work. It was really curious to me just the comment that he invented the use of variables to stand in for parts of sentences centuries before Aristotle did that. And yeah, I had a look just on the Wikipedia page for Panini's work, and apparently the dates for those works are very uncertain, and that's something that Peter Adamson brings up often, and I think Brian also brought it up, that when it comes to dating Indian works, it's really difficult. There are several sources who reviewed the evidence that puts the date for this work at 350 BCE, so that would be roughly around the time that Alexander invaded India. So there are also people who claim it dates from the 6th century BC, which would put it hundreds of years before Aristotle. But so anywhere from hundreds of years before Aristotle to just about the time Aristotle's work would have showed up in India. So it's unclear what the relation is there.
Yeah, it's unclear how the
So-
chronology lines up. Go ahead, Zara.
So this is a subject that we've talked about in previous sessions, and that gets talked about all the time. I hope this isn't rude. I'm going to express my disinterest in this question, which is if somebody told me for sure we have tracked it down, and for sure every single Western thinker who contributed anything you think is valuable in philosophy, we can trace it right to who they stole it from India, I would say I don't care. I'm listening to the guy, and I'm trying to care about what he's talking about and get to the answers. And if somebody told me for sure we know that every single Western single Indian thinker actually was a student and stole things and got books from the West, and we can trace it, I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, I just I'm not upset at the conversation. I'm happy if people want to have it, but I'm just expressing my disinterest in this question to say, look, my guess is that civilizations emerge an Aristotelian figure, a linguistics figure. Like, these things emerge as one of them emerges, the counterparts emerge. And so you can expect a mirror image rhyming pattern of types of thinkers that you could draw lines between. But it doesn't matter to me if India stole everything from the West or if the West stole everything from India, which is why I never bring up anything. I'm not trying to throw cold water on it. If that's an interesting question, keep having it. But that's why I never contributed to it, because I just think to myself, I want to know what Aristotle's a perfectly fine vessel for me to interact with that way of thinking about the world. Anyway,
I was going to say, let me tag in here is I kind of take that approach as, I agree, not every love song since the Beatles is total crap. There've been some decent ones since then. And that's the idea is, I find it useful in watching, the various traditions, the lineages of ideas. The ideas are important, but to me, being able to track the lineage and follow that one, it adds an extra level of information and richness and nuance to it that at least I appreciate it.
I agree with that, by the way.
I can appreciate other people's approach of that's extra information they really don't need in their lives. Just cut to the chase. I can appreciate that approach as well. And as far as the problem of universals with, that Nerdalliun was talking about, the way I ultimately kind of resolved that in my mind was using the idea of limit. And that's that they're sort of wrestling with the idea of the universal being like the derivative. And, and then there is the how can that exist if you're dividing by zero, and the whole sort of limit concept. And it's the idea, if you take that to a physics more standpoint, it's the idea of the Lagrangian being the primary, where the abstract is more of the primary sort of sense. And I think the reason why the West went, with the object primary rather than, the predicate with the action is because it cuts the arguments out of the problem. You basically, the object is what it is. You look at it, you can't really argue that it's not what it is. And, that's where the criticism that Descartes, I think the cogito kind of that it trying to end round it doesn't recognize the strength of it and where it draws its powers from the self-reference. Because that was kind of using a, sort of like picking at the definition of I, and ultimately you can't get around the concept of the experience. The experience happens because of the experiencer. You can't separate those two concepts.
Maybe.
I was going to say, how can you? have an experience
Okay,
without.
so you said you look at the object, and so there it is. You can't deny the object. Well, you're saying I can't deny the thing in itself. Here it is. I'm looking at it. Well, looking at it means I'm looking at something it's doing. What it's doing, this thing that you're talking about, is reflecting light. So stop doing that for a minute, and then I'll see the thing itself, right? Whatever this thing is that you're saying I can look at this object, it's doing the reflecting of the light. Well, I don't want to be distracted by what it's doing. I want to know the thing itself. So I'm going to imagine a different object that doesn't reflect light. Well, I can't see it anymore. Are you sure there's anything there doing the doings?
And the counter argument to that is, I don't care about anything other than what I can actually perceive in the object. If you want to go off of all of that, you're basically, navel gazing, arguing how many angels dance on the head of pins. Is it blue or is it not blue? Does it weigh a pound, or are you trying to, rip me off on the business deal? That's what I want to know about. I don't want to know about the true essence of the gold we're dealing with. I want to know how much of that actually is gold. Tag.
Let me give another.
So it's
example.
it's making impressions upon you, right? I don't know. All right, go ahead. I mean,
it's the idea that Western philosophy is embedded within a living tradition where you're trying to figure out the best way to get through there. So you're inherently dealing with all those necessities of life.
Okay.
It's starting from a very different perspective. And that's why I'm saying it's focused on the object, because the object ends the argument. That's why
you're not focusing on the object. You're focusing on what it's doing to you. You just think you're focusing on it. That's all we're pointing out, is that it's a mistake in language to say you've noticed the object. You're noticing what it's doing to you and then imagining it doing those things.
Well, what you're doing here is arguing forest and tree level, because that's what Western philosophy did. Is they sat there and said, we're just going to talk about trees. We're not going to talk about the forest. And that's the essence of it, is, both of them exist, but because, again, it was post-Heraclitus. And, when you went to the idea of, what was it, Empedocles? Was it Empedocles with the monad? But
no, the monads was
Parmenides.
Parmenides, that's
Parmenides,
right. Yeah, and that's what it cut out all of that. There is no more action. We're just going to totally eliminate action. The thing is what it is. It doesn't change. And that's the total, the polar, the opposite pole of what you're dealing with here in Panini. And I was going to say, we can move forward. The last observation I had on Panini I wanted to add is he very much seems to be incorporating Aristotle's causes as well into his grammar. So it's like the idea of, all the various causes and the logic are all being incorporated into one package with Panini. And I'll just tag on that point.
Okay, my question would be, it's all not fine and nice when the object is perceivable by the senses. But what if we talk about families or armies or governmental agencies or companies? We can see the father, mother, sister, brother of the family, individuals, human beings, and we can see them and individuate them, but we cannot see the familyness. The familyness is not perceivable. It doesn't do anything to our senses. But we can indirectly see the familyness manifesting in behaviors. That's what the family elements do when they come together. That's where the familyness resides. And all this familyness is made up of actions, not nouns. It's all verbal stuff going on. And if our way of thinking that has been shaped by our grammar and syntax is saying that, the object is king and everything revolves around it. Object is the sun. And then we will maybe skip or not give as much importance to doings, to actions. So this leaves out a lot of metaphysical development that we or tools rather that would come in handy for situations, I think, like this example, to contrast with the examples that you guys gave.
Yeah, the family is just as real as anything else. Yeah.
Yeah, what you're emphasizing is that whole being versus becoming, where, becoming is the action and being is the object. And that's where the West and the East sort of divided it up here. You had the West focused on the being and the East focused on the becoming. And as the more you focus exclusively on one and exclude the other, the more accurate you might be on the one side. But again, this is kind of like quantum physics, where you can have, location versus, momentum.
Speed. Yes, momentum.
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, what's coming to mind for me is like people who get really heated about debates about if you're going to program, should you do it in an object-oriented paradigm or should you do it in a functional paradigm? And people can be like, no, if you want to organize your code in a proper way, you have to write classes. And like if you're going to have a big team of programmers working together, that's the only way to sensibly do it. And other people say like that is complete bullshit. That's the worst way that's just bureaucratic bloat and whatever. If you want to write functional code or like code that works and is readable and can be maintained by people, you have to write functional code. And of course, like they both have their use cases and they both have their limitations and they both have their benefits. And so depending on what it is you're trying to do, you could maybe functional programming is a better choice for you. And if you're doing something else, maybe object-oriented programming is the better choice for you. And that's a thing, Zara, I don't think you were around for it, but something that came up quite a lot in the first couple of episodes we did is sort of this notion that we, like going through the history of philosophy, we're going to end up seeing many different kinds of ontologies and different approaches to sort of carve up reality into the basic things that are. And some people will deny that there are things like tables and chairs and giraffes and dogs and people. All there are molecules and atoms or subatomic particles. And some people say like even subatomic particles are bullshit. They're only like these vibrating strings. And some people say and the list of the different options you can have for the basic things that are real, that everything else is just illusions built out of those basic things, is a very long list. One of the examples I brought up is for accountants, the basic things are sort of income and revenue and credits and debits, and that's a very different way to conceptualize of what exists than, say, the physicist does or the veterinarian does. And yeah, depending on what you're trying to do, if you're trying to evaluate businesses, if you want to invest in them or mergers and acquisitions, then the accountant's ontology is going to be way more useful to you than a veterinarian's ontology or a physicist's ontology. And if you're trying to design big machines to build new, smaller, faster computer chips, you're going to want to use the physicist ontology to predict how the lasers are going to behave and scatter in different patterns, not the accountant's ontology. And if you want to describe how to become a better person, that maybe there are some religious narratives that are going to give you ontologies for the different kind of characters that exist that you're going to want to turn to. And yeah, it kind of depends on context and who you're talking to and what you're trying to achieve, which of those ontologies are going to be the most valuable. In the end of the day, I don't think we need to have fights like people who fight over functional programming and object-oriented programming. We can just say they have their use cases, make an informed choice about what your use case is suited to.
Right. I mean, I don't feel like we're having a fight, but so one of the reasons to push back against object-oriented programming is that that's the only thing that we're so over on this side that so we make the case for the opposite one just to sort of pull ourselves towards the middle a little bit. And also because we're trying to comprehend the way Panini is thinking, and I think that's the way he's thinking is over on this side. So the case can be made. I mean, yeah. Anyway, so families are real and armies are real, right? We all agree with this, right? But they're not an object. They're not the sum total of the people that make them up. Like you said, they're the relationships and the actions between them. You take a person out, you put a person in, you take a board out of the ship, you put a different board in, you understand, right? It's so this whole object thing is sort of a useful fiction that we're using, But the armies are what's really real. The families are what's really real. And it's possible, I'm not saying we have to do this, but it's possible for some thinkers to say, this isn't a group of molecules. It's the things that are being done in the relationships between them or something like that that makes the object. The army's real and the cup is real, but it's not this, Panini is making objects complementary and accessory to the fundamental nature of being, which for him, and I'm not saying we have to agree with this, but for him, it's more of a verbal doing. There's a doingness. The relationships between members of the family are what make the family. This is why Hamlet can be a character. King Lear can be a character. They're not physically in a location where you can slap them on the back, but they're still a personality. Again, we're not trying to settle things or convert people or have a silly argument. We're just trying to comprehend the way the person's thinking that we're exploring right now. So,
yeah,
Go ahead, Graham.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I was going to sit there and say it's more of a, from my perspective, and I'm just going to chime in here because I don't think Zara's heard my resolution there, is I take a multi-dimensional approach to reality, and it's an idea that you also have a multi-dimensional approach to truth. And you can have things that are true and real on one level, but aren't true or real on another level. And pretty much everything is both real and unreal, depending on which level you're trying to have your perspective view it from. And that helps for me resolve a lot of the issues that you're having there, because it's like the individual's real, the family's real, the army's real. And the easiest way for people to see that is, that you're real, but you're also a composite of a bunch of cells. You're not, you're more than the sum of all your cells. Same thing with like a society. It's more than just the sum of all the people living in it. And it's easy to see the objects, but you all, like we're saying, you also have to have that actions in between. And, as far as Nerdalliun's, your group's deciding on the programming, I would be part of a third group that he did mention, which is sitting there twiddling my thumbs, saying to myself, we probably would have finished the programming by now if we just started rather than arguing. Gonna tag out on that.
Well, if you don't like arguing, you shouldn't be doing philosophy. But yeah, so I've been retrained by the algorithms how to communicate and think differently, and I'm annoyed by the fact that the algorithms have that effect on me. So when you're talking, I don't know if you can see me, but when I stick my thumbs up, that's like hitting the Twitter Spaces thumbs up to just let you know that I'm agreeing with those aspects of what you're saying. So I've been agreeing with a lot of what you're saying, if you haven't been seeing that.
Cool, works for me.
Let's show more slides so we can disagree on more stuff. Well, disagree and learn from the disagreement, basically, which is the point, I think. Were you going to add something, Nerdalliun?
Yeah, I was just about to make a joke about Romans and being executed with the.
Yeah.
That's good. Let's get rid of the algorithms.
Okay. So where we left. So this thing about the Caracas, and Peter Adamson gave a few examples. So there are 6 such thematic case roles, and he gave only 3. Verbs can be active or passive. Some words are indeclinable, and the use of compound words, which complicates things. Some rules constitute exceptions to other rules. General grammar rules are like rain that falls on all alike. Specific grammar rules trump general rules, maybe like umbrellas or roofs or something like that. Panini takes care to put the more general rules earlier in his list of sutras, so that people can get comfortable with them and then be dismayed at the emergence of exceptions. Like pretty much like any language course, I think. We learn the general rules first, and then like in French, we become kind of panicked when we see the exceptions and exceptions of the exceptions, etc. Maybe you, you know more about that, Nerdalliun. And then specifies that a later entry will overrule an earlier entry with which it conflicts. So he seems to give people advance warnings. Paninians were both descriptive and prescriptive / normative. So they didn't just go about describing how language, in this case Sanskrit, works, how it's being used, and how its proper use functions. They also prescribed how to do it properly, how to use language properly. So basically, how we would mimify as grammar Nazis. So they would find popular errors, expose them, correct them with these rules.
It all started with panini. That swastika comes from India too. He's screaming.
Yeah, and the Aryans and whatnot. And then but language users also innovate, as we know very well. Some of these innovations could be even co-opted by grammarians. So grammarians don't always go, no, that's not the way. They sometimes go, I didn't even have thought about that. I will add it to my compendium of rules, or whatnot. And then, so Patanjali, an intellectual descendant of Panini's, goes, if you want pots, go to the potter. If you want words, don't go to a grammarian. So who do they go to? They go to the actual people that are using language. So they don't go to the riffraff in the street. They go to the elite of the society that are very proficient in using the sophisticated forms of language. Who write the treaties, who write the speeches, who talk the speeches, who write the poetry and whatnot. So the elite, well-educated, called Sista. And not these people that are using lower so-called lower forms of Sanskrit. So the elite language users were also viewed by grammarians like Panini and followers as distinguished by their upright moral character, not only their class or levels of education. Underlying assumption: speaking correctly means also thinking correctly.
Shelley said that poets were the unacknowledged legislators of the world. So he's saying, go to the people who are using and crafting and have an intimate relationship with the language, and set about making changes to it to find out the source of new words. I think that's right, by the way.
One at a time, please.
Go ahead, Nerdalliun.
I was going to say, in the West, the correct answer is if you want words, you go to a lexicographer. If you want sentences, you go to a grammarian.
I was going to sit there and say, no, he's basically saying to go to this very small, educated segment of the elite in order to get your words. Don't go to the vast majority of the population, because you're just going to get the hoi polloi words. And there's a certain amount of elitism going on here. Just going to tag on that.
As an elitist, I approve of it. But yes, you're right in your identification of it as that.
Elitism in the country that's famous for a caste system? How could that be possible?
We could use some, yeah.
Yeah. I'm a lifelong egalitarian, so go figure. Tag.
I'm all for saying that, yeah, although we start with where the light's shining to search for our keys, they might also be in the dark, so we must be receptive to that, which basically equates to, yeah, the riffraff probably are misusing and degrading language to a point where it's no longer possible to communicate philosophically and metaphorically with some of them. But sometimes they also innovate in terms of making language more expedient, at least in informal use cases that might be co-opted as well. So it's possible to innovate in language and have it in treatises of grammar from both sections of society, I'd say.
But you only ever know if their innovations, which they're making constantly as they make mistakes, are any good if they get the endorsement of the elites. So you still need somebody. Anyway, that's just me being silly. So have any of you ever come across a novelist who does this, who uses grammar and punctuation and vocabulary in sort of, look, they have such a naughty intimacy with the language that they can set about making alterations on it, right? I remember the first author that I came across who was doing that, and I put down his book after about 3 pages. It was the first novel of his I ever read, and I read all of them after that. And I put it down and I said, this is like divinely inspired. I can't imagine living 10,000 years and paying attention to language and nothing but language and being able to write a book like this. It's the words clearly mean what they mean. And the grammar and the punctuation, the vocabulary are all being used differently by this guy, but there's no confusion. I'm not distracted by it. It's better than the way we use the language. Anyway, I don't know. Have you ever had that experience with a book?
I will just tag in and say, with my eternal appreciation for Finnegan's Wake by James Joyce. And I think that speaks for itself. Tag.
And in Portugal, we have a very distinct example, very extreme example, I'd say. Above all, our literature, which behaves mostly, José Saramago, who was the Nobel laureate in literature, he literally craps on punctuation. He writes. We just read him line by line, and there's almost no commas. Practically, he never uses full stops or periods. So this guy he already died. Was completely different, but he's readable. Go ahead.
That's what I'm going to ask. How does it read? Is it easy to read?
Well, we need to look at line changes as periods, literally. So he just changes the line and completely forgoes periods. And if he wants to give you the idea that someone is exclamating, he just employs vocabulary the exclamation. So he's kind of, in a way, also constraining himself to not use the punctuation as crutches. I'd say
Right.
in that sense, it's quite brilliant. And another thing that I just realized right now is he's writing much closer to how the ancients wrote in scrolls, because they would write lines in the scrolls, and they would read the lines, I think, vertically in ancient Greek, for instance, and there was absolutely no punctuation. So kudos for this guy bringing back an ancient mannerism, maybe inadvertently or deliberately. I don't know. Go ahead.
He from how you describe him, he clearly sees punctuation exactly that way, as a crutch. Like, oh, if I was really good with the language, I wouldn't need that sort of thing. My question to you is, because I've never read this guy before, and for anybody who's listening who hasn't been introduced to him yet, when you read him, are you distracted by all of this and you have to do a lot of calculation, or rather is what he's trying to communicate to you being translated to you even easier than if he had done a normal convention?
I think the distraction is only in the beginning. When you get into it, it flows remarkably.
Yeah, because that's the thing you wouldn't expect, right? So one of the things to keep in mind is that you can't slag off the rules of grammar unless you really know them, right? So you have to be a master to be able to do something like that. So what we're not saying is, oh, everybody should go write differently. It would be chaos and it would be horrible. But there's a class of amazing masters who get to a level where they say, okay, I know why we're following these rules. We're following them because you don't. Educating everybody in the public to understand exactly why this rule matters would be too much. So just follow the rule. But if you really know why, then you know when it can be broken for a better effect. Strunk and White says as much in the beginning of their thing. Everybody thinks of Strunk and White as this horrible book of, oh, these are the rules and you have to follow the rules because of some essay that was published a couple decades ago on it. But that's not what it is. In the very beginning, he says, look, learn the rules because you can't be a master of the language unless first you learn the rules. But that doesn't mean that you can't do great things once you know how to break the rules. So Anyway, I don't know how to do that, but the masters we're talking about, that was my impression of this author that I read. It was Salman Rushdie, and he'll use words, he'll make up words, he'll spell things differently. None of it's distracting. It's more what he wanted to say to me, and I get it easily, more easily than if he had followed the rules of grammar and punctuation in the way you're supposed to. He has entire paragraphs where characters are talking to each other. He uses no inverted commas. There's no moment where he puts the quote marks so that you know someone's about to speak. And yet, if you were reading it out loud, your voice would change into that character because it's just so obvious that their words are coming out at that moment. It's really a miraculous, remarkable thing. So I don't want to get too off on a distraction from philosophy, but what this Panini guy is talking about is there's something to that, I think.
Yeah, I maybe want to raise a comment just on the side of the less elite and less masterful masters who can also sometimes come up with improvements on grammar and spelling. Some of the shorthand for texting, I think if you're really in a hurry and you want to just organize something and you were texting these days, there's less use for that. People could just use voice notes, which is a lot less effortful. But before voice notes were a thing, and before calling was so cheap and long distance calling was so cheap, people used to text a lot. They came up with ways to shorten the texts in ways that were still highly readable. Maybe take you a little time to shake off the expectation that you learned how to do it in classroom, but very easy to read, especially if you read it out loud. If you say the sounds, because it kind of tracks the sounds in the most economical way you possibly can. And yeah, I think a lot of those conventions were just kind of made up by several people at the same time because they're kind of obvious ways in which the spelling could have been improved or made easier.
Think about colon close parentheses. That is extremely helpful. that's a really powerfully helpful communicative tool when you're typing in text with people. Is colon close parentheses. If you told somebody 100 years ago that you were going to start using colon close parentheses in your communications all the time, they would say, okay, well, the madhouse is over there and we'll just get the straitjacket on you because you're clearly an insane person. Yeah, absolutely. The thumbs up to what you said there.
I was going to say,
I'll edit.
Go ahead and
go ahead, Graham. I'll just add it to the stream so everyone knows what we're talking about.
Yeah, no, I was going to sit there and say I appreciate LOL for that standpoint because it's always good to throw in when it helps clear the idea that you may not be entirely serious about what you're saying, and that's not always clear when you're using simply letters. And I do agree with you as far as, the masters of any given field. I've read so many books and everything. I was going to say one of the ones that I appreciate the most are the savants, those like truly gifted ones, and many of them develop into masters. But a lot of their early work, they are breaking rules because they don't know those rules exist. But they're breaking them in ways that actually work because they have this intuitive sense of how things should work. So they're making like the letters and everything go how it should work. And they're violating these rules that they don't exist. And a lot of times, for me, a lot of it is I'm sitting there and I'm seeing flashes of utter brilliance. And then I'm seeing other sections where you can see their lack of mastery. And I truly appreciate it's that basically that almost that fool, that naivete of, you're dancing across a minefield, not knowing there are mines there, and everybody's just looking at you, and you somehow get across, and it's like, don't know how, but you just applaud. Gonna tag on that.
This is amazing. I've never heard of this. There's no accounting for genius, and it sounds like you're describing real geniuses. So can you give me the names of a couple of these savants that you're talking about who use language so brilliantly?
Well, I primarily am familiar with the science fiction, fantasy, and comic fields. And you're dealing with, obviously, Tolkien is one of them.
Oh, I see.
And again, Neil Gaiman is another one. You can see a lot of his flashes of brilliance early on.
Neil Gaiman?
Yeah, Neil Gaiman. He was behind American Gods and
Sandman,
The Sandman.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with his work, so thank you.
Good Omens as well. That's another one that's been
See
turned
that.
into a TV series.
Okay.
Yeah,
Neil
Alan
Gaiman
Moore.
is using ancient mythology as a source, right?
So if I've
Yeah.
understood correctly, because I need to understand this, so you're saying that this is a guy who isn't a master of the language. Maybe he's an
Well,
idiot.
he is now.
Is he an idiot savant?
He developed into a master.
Right, but
And-
you're saying in his early works he was just sort of what makes you put him in this category of a guy that is not he's not using grammar properly because he doesn't understand the rules to begin with.
Well, it's both. It's not so much grammar, but it's like storytelling conventions and things like that. That's how I tend to judge the overall impact of stories. And again, when you're talking about violating rules, you got to throw in E.E. Cummings and people like that into that category.
Okay.
And again, when you're dealing with things like like I said, Joyce is one that I really enjoyed with that one. You're talking with that one, like Alan Moore, Voice of the Fire. He writes like the history of Southampton, England, over like a 10,000-year period. And like in his first section, he limits himself to, I forget what it was, like maybe it's a very limited vocabulary, like only like 500 words or so. And again, various different sorts of things where there's a lot of people who push the edges as far as their storytelling and their creative areas in these various fields. Sure. And we're very
these guys sound like masters to me, though.
Well, a lot of them become masters, and that's part of it. Is everybody starts out somewhere, as one buddy critiqued, as one person critiqued. Every great artist has 10,000 bad drawings in them before they get their first decent one out. It's a matter of just going through the grunt work until you get them, and a lot of times in those 10,000 works, you can get some really brilliant pieces that you manage to put together, but you don't have that skill level to be the master yet. Okay. That's sort of what I'm saying.
Okay, gotcha.
Like authors that their first work is like music groups. You see that all the time. Their first album's brilliant, but they can't follow up on it. Tag.
Yeah, I misunderstood earlier. I thought you were talking about people so you and I are of one mind. We're both describing masters in the sense that they're so familiar with the rules that they can get away with breaking them because they see the higher order purpose behind them and all of that. I thought you were talking, I don't know why I got this idea in my head. I thought you were talking about some idea of people who just didn't actually understand the rules to begin with, but yet were doing brilliant things outside of it. I'll have to look into these. Thank you for the list.
Well, I was going to say, like a Confederacy of Dunces. That's an old novel from the 70s that the guy ended up basically committing suicide because he couldn't get it published and such. Okay. And it's an absolutely brilliant work. And that's like I said, that's part of what I'm trying to say is those masters, they're starting from somewhere. And a lot of their early works, they're still learning the rules because it takes you years to learn the rules. And a lot of those works are brilliant and they're breaking rules, and they're rules that those persons didn't know existed. And they found ways to break them, it's unconsciously, just intuitively. That's what I'm trying to express.
Yes, well, clearly,
I don't know if it's
that's the genius element. No, that's the genius element. Clearly, right? Okay, all right, we can move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think one important.
Back to India.
We'll start with the parts about Buddhism and the Buddha. I would just like to add that when we see people that we think are geniuses, I suspect that there's a lot of unconscious mastery going on there. They have transcended the part where they are cognitively overloaded because they're learning. They are consciously attempting to enforce rules or put into practice techniques. They've gone beyond that. It's a bit like the Buddhist story about a guy that tries to traverse a river, and he uses a small boat to traverse the river from a river bank that is chaotic to another bank that is calm and peaceful. And then he kind of wonders, well, since this boat was so useful to me, should I just discard it? I've become kind of attached to the boat, and I have an affection for this boat. So in the story, the guy just picks up the boat and puts it over his head and just goes throughout the land with the boat on his head. And it's pretty much like drawing from Nerdalliun's example of accountancy, of using the boat of accountancy for us to properly cross the river of chaos in accountancy to order in accountancy, and then going home and we still have accountancy in our head, and we talk accountancy to our children and to our spouse, and accountancy everywhere. And so the Buddhists were trying to make a point here that doctrines are more like tools and techniques that have their place, and we should be aware of the proper place of the teachings of someone like Siddhartha or the Buddha, and use them where they are appropriate, to go from a less desirable state of mind to a more desirable state of mind. So let's start with this. They started, Jonardon, Ganeri, and Adamson started with the first step is admitting you have a problem. To give you guys a shorthand account of the story of the Buddha that I got from this book. There's a version in English as well that predates this one. So I think it's called the Story of the Buddha, and it's a manga style book made by these two. One of them is a Japanese Brazilian, and another one is a guy really just Japanese called Hisashi Ota. They created this book with as a result of a ton of research on the Pali Canon and many other suttas, or sutras as they called, and he described the life of Siddhartha from basically birth to the end of his life as a teacher. With all these events in the middle. So briefly, supposedly there was a prophecy that said that this guy born into the caste of Kshatriya was an important individual with a lot going for him in terms of his life accomplishments, that he would either be a conqueror like Alexander or a spiritual teacher. He rather became the latter. During his life, he had supposedly, according to the legend, according to the story, had moments of extreme compassion by seeing suffering of others during his infancy and youth, like when he sees people digging the earth to plant seeds. He would see that the little critters underneath the earth were killed and hurt due to our simple existing and doing our bare necessities kinds of things, and much more other things like war and whatnot, that he was starting to become really anxiety driven by having all these questions. Why are we just by default already suffering without anyone doing anything wrong to each other? And then we add to that with war and conflict and whatnot. And so according to this story of Siddhartha, he is clearly depicted as a person who thinks these deep thoughts, or he questions things a lot. He questions why must we suffer? Why do we live? And he came to a point in which his father started to realize his young adult of a son was so distracted by his inner thoughts that he was having a hard time to relate to his son. And so he built for Siddhartha a very nice palace that would be useful all around the year, and had parts that were fashions to be comfortable to live in each of the 4 seasons. That's why it's called the 4 Seasons Palace. And according to the story, he went outside 4 times, and he witnessed sick people or sick person, witnessed an elderly person, then witnessed a dead body, and also an ascetic. And so these things, although they did not give him definite answers to his questions, rather they made him think even more deeply, perhaps, of his questions. Thus, he asked his father to leave the palace, and his father um, asked him why he was leaving, and he said something like, well, I need to leave because I have all these burning questions about mortality and illness and whatnot. And so his father said, well, I'm not sure if I should let you go out. And Siddhartha said, I will do you 3 requests, and if you can accomplish them, I will stay. And he said, I want to be young forever, I want to be healthy, and I want to be immortal. His father, even being the king of a mighty and wealthy kingdom, could not accomplish not even a single of these wishes. The most that the father could do with his palace filled with beautiful girls and sports activities and wine and stuff to enjoy was to kind of hide that these things exist. So he was being sheltered from the less pleasant parts of life during his infancy and early early adulthood. And so, since his father could not accomplish these requests, he left. And so, when he does this kind of adventure outside of the palace, now not as a kshatriya but as a renunciate, as someone, and to complement, he didn't just leave the palace and nice girls and whatnot. Beforehand, he had been married by the insistence, according to the story, of his father, and even his wife, which was supposedly the most beautiful princess around in the entire area. She bore him a son, and so he even called his son Rahula, which means obstacle. So an obstacle to his kind of project of answering these questions. So a kind of a hint that there is a conflict between being a dad and a philosopher in a sense, which I disagree with, because I'm a dad and I'm trying my best. And so he left, and he spent 6 grueling years, according to the story, of intense asceticism, where he would do things like eat a grain of rice a day, not more than that, and drink his own urine for hydration. After 6 years, he was very pale and emaciated. His eyes were sunken, and suddenly a girl passerby offered him some rice pudding. He decided to accept it, and his companions in this asceticism thing were really frustrated at him and called him a turncoat. So he started to, instead of going the entire opposite way, which was to live in abundance and luxury, which he had, or live in extreme depreciation, as he recently had during these 6 years of asceticism, he decided to strike a balance, to go on a middle way. So he would take care of his physical health and his physical necessities as if it were a duty towards basically all that is towards being, while pursuing the answers to his questions. And supposedly he started to think about these questions, or in the form of meditation. I think it was 30 days, if I'm not incorrect. And he supposedly, according to the story, achieved a state that is called liberation or nirvana, in which he figured out the answers to these questions, and also solved the questions of his suffering. And so, yeah, the first step is admitting you have a problem. And often, I think we all have problems, maybe in the plural sense, and most of them are like in the background. We don't even identify them, much less admit them. And if we could, if there really are these problems under the hood, that we could, and intentionally try to solve them by our own means, with our own flavor of approach to them, not necessarily the same as Siddhartha did, by leaving a child behind and a wife, even if in a palace, and kind of doing the renunciate lifestyle for several years. To be fair, he did return to his wife and child, and even taught them what he learned, and they joined his school, so to speak. They became Buddhists as well as his father and many of his family members. And so for 49 years, until his death, it is said that he spent all this time doing lectures, teaching people about whatever it is that he learned. And so one can clearly look at the story as well. Yeah, maybe it has historical accuracy in a sense, but probably not, because we're talking about a story that was created or supposedly happened 600 BC, and even that date is just a century is not very clear. As in many things with Indian philosophy, we aren't clear about the date. But having said that, there probably is a lot of additions that were made, like in pretty much any myth, like Homer's writings. Probably many additions were made. For starters, when these stories were communicated orally, the next guy always tells it with a bit more oomph to sound like a better storyteller and have his audience even more overwhelmed. And so, yeah, possibly by kind of like our own life experience, when we realize things that are important to our lives and might be important to share with others, probably these arise from grueling work, like this grunt work of reading a lot of different positions, reading a lot of different texts, experiencing life wisely and broadly to learn from our life experiences as well. And these things culminate in our kinds of realizations, which might come about randomly at any time or during meditation. Maybe meditation helps, who knows. And so this is my attempt at summarizing the story of the Buddha and some of the ways in which this character develops. Basically, it's a very characterological story. And also it's useful to show that what underpins Buddhism and Buddhist doctrine is the so-called Four Noble Truths that states that, first one, all life is suffering. The second, source of suffering is desire. Third, to stop suffering is not to desire. Four, follow the Eightfold Path. And so to kind of give a bit more explanation, all life is suffering means, well, there are expectations that we have in life, and when they are not being met because we are ill, or because our paycheck is not as high as we would like, or because we want to buy a certain thing and we are constantly reminding ourselves that we don't have it yet, these things add to the baseline suffering of not realizing what life is all about. And so all this kinds of suffering that's supposedly is mostly cognitive and emotional, builds up, especially if we are unaware of what's going on. And then he says that the source of suffering is desire, which probably means that the expectation is not being met. And so this can be resolved by two ways: by meeting the expectation, or reducing the expectation, or eliminating the expectation completely. A bit like Pyrrho, who is arguably, possibly, a person influenced by the intellectual descendants of Siddhartha. because he visited northern India with Alexander the Great, and then returned as being like a super Chad skeptical that was supposedly able to undergo surgery without any, of course, anesthetic at the time, without flinching or so much batting an eye, because he simply supposedly didn't even have the he didn't have the expectation that pain in that case was something to pay attention to. And then to stop suffering is not to desire, basically as to lower or eliminate the expectations. And then as for the Eightfold Path, it's basically right a bunch of things: right view, right thinking, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right diligence, right mindfulness, right concentration. And so it's a very much mismatch between the ethics of duty and also virtue ethics. So you kind of aim at being right in all these fields, whatever that means. And in that sense, you're inching to what is right. You're trying to refine what is your character, and you're also assuming that these kinds of components or spokes of the Eightfold Path are your duty. And so, well, that concludes my monologue. And feel free, guys, to ask questions at this point and disagree with me, or say that I could have told something even better.
Yes, I have a couple of comments. So in the first episode we discussed today, finishing up the Upanishads, I think Brian was asked about the relation between the Upanishads and Buddhism, and he sort of highlights that there's two schools of thought in modern scholarship about that. The one school of thought is quite aggressively saying that all of Buddhism is a kind of reaction to the Upanishads, and there's another school of thought that says Buddhism is completely independent development of the Upanishads. And he reckons both of those are overly extreme positions. They do seem to be independent novelties in Buddhism, but some of the earliest Buddhist dialogues are almost word for word just the same as dialogues that are in the Upanishads as well, just with different characters and slightly different endings. And there are a lot of ideas in Buddhism that have long histories in Indian thought, in the Upanishads and Vedas before Buddhism, so they weren't that unique compared to the rest of Indian thought. And particularly this notion that life itself is somehow unsatisfactory or something to be escaped. So this notion that of samsara, where there's a cycle of rebirths that needs to be escaped from, is an idea I think that predates Buddhism. And it's quite similar to this notion that like life in and of itself is suffering and like not good enough fundamentally. And I mean, that's a philosophical position that can be debated. So proclaiming it as a noble truth doesn't necessarily make it a truth. And one of the things that get me a little bit about modern Buddhists and even ancient Buddhists, well, just Buddhists in general, was also a trend across cultures, but especially like since we're talking about them now, an earlier trend that started in the Upanishads, giving weight to propositions by putting them in the mouth of a really famous or worshipped godlike figure, or a sage, or like a legendary sage figure. So if a renowned sage has said it, that gives sort of weight to the authority of a statement. So I think people do that with the Buddha too. So there is this mythical story of this magical wise man who, because he said things, those things have to be true, and there isn't much independent argument for those things being true. So it's kind of obvious that not all life is suffering to anyone who thinks about it for a little bit, and people have to do kind of mental gymnastics, saying, no, like what the magical sage man really meant was not that all life is suffering. That's ridiculous. Don't think the magical sage man would say something as stupid as that. No, you just misinterpreted what he said. But it's kind of, you kind of have to do a lot of gymnastics to come out with an interpretation that both makes sense and also is fair to summarize as all life is suffering. So maybe either all life isn't suffering, that's not true, and if it's not true, it can't be a noble truth, or it's like a manipulative thing that's meant to have a moral effect or some kind of emotional effect. That's just not a propositional truth, but it's just not a truth. I think in my mind, what would have made more sense is if we said, like, life can be very frustrating, and the source of frustration are thwarted desires or frustrated desires. And like one way to overcome the painfulness of frustration is to let go of your desires. What he neglected to say is that another way is to find smart ways to overcome the obstacles that are thwarting your desires and fulfilling your desires through innovation or effort, which can be immense joy. And what he also neglects to point out is that sort of being on a mission, having a purpose, like I have this desire that thus far has been frustrated, but I kind of have a plan for how I'm going to pursue the fulfillment of that desire, in and of itself can be a pleasant state. Sort of that getting after something while not yet having fulfilled the desire, like just having a purpose in life, can be a very fulfilling and meaningful state. So you could say, well, that person is suffering because their desire isn't fulfilled yet. And yet, if you look at the emotional reality, they can be quite happy and healthy pursuing that desire. Like the pursuit itself can be a kind of, I don't know if it's nirvana, but it could definitely be a positive state. It can be a healthy state, and a state that it would be a big move to say it's not worth living. It's a waste of life. It's something it's something that would be better if you could escape from, like someone who has a vocational calling to cure a disease, and they kind of get closer to it and closer to it and closer. Even if they never achieve that goal in their life, maybe they add to the pile of research that's been done, and generations later, thanks to in part to their work, people finally figure out how to cure that branch of cancer, or whatever. It could be lots of many things. And to say, no, those people have it wrong. They're deluded. They're living an illusion. And if they were enlightened, they would stop pursuing their vocations, or they would stop tending whatever it is their desires that they're trying to fulfill. And they should rather do this Eightfold Path thing, which includes a kind of livelihood, but not this like enthusiastic, devoted kind of work, like a work that's relatively free from attachment. Anyway, yeah, and the Eightfold Path always kind of annoyed me because it's like not a lot less abstract and unhelpful than saying, be a good person, don't be a bad person. Like the amount of detail that goes into it is just slightly more than that, and not helpful at all.
This is also important to say that this presentation of the Eightfold Path is by no means an initiation to implement habits or implement a lifestyle that will inch you closer to whatever it is that we use as a yardstick for each of these 8 spokes. That's why people learn Buddhism for years, and probably they won't become enlightened, but arguably their character is transformed. Now, if they are improved or not, that's another question. But the supposed idea is, if you figure out habits or rituals that you do daily, and they improve you either by making you satisfied by things that are not externally dependent, or fulfilled, rather, maybe fulfilled is the better term, or lower your expectations, make you stop being a narcissist that thinks that the entire world needs to worship you, and accept that people will kind of ignore you or try to insult you, and just accept that the thing comes and goes, like weather. And so part of my, what I interpret that this is to try to make you argue less about what the world is doing to you, less reactive, but at the same time figuring out what you are about. How can you figure out what your hardest core is, and develop that core, so that whatever happens in the outside world, that the world is so stochastic and unpredictable, things will happen, and even so, you will keep your cool, which is also conducive to right concentration and right action. If you panic easily, you won't be able of right concentration, much less right action. But of course, this also presupposes other qualities of character, which is having embodied a system of ethics that actually results in right action, even if your mind is clear. So my attempt to address some of your concerns and your points that you raise against this. Maybe well, there's a lot of text from Buddhism. Some of it is aphoristic, some of it is argumentative, propositional, making points that you can kind of discuss back and forth, even in dialogical sense, like the dialogue mentioned between the king, the Bactrian king, and a Buddhist monk. And they are things to wrestle with, and if you find something there that is worthwhile for your life, so much better. But well, if you don't, you're just kind of traveling and studying a different tradition.
Now, I was going to sit there and chime in here with a couple of points. One is you did a great, short bio of Siddhartha. You left off one of my favorite stories where he was that young Dr. Doolittle who wandered away from the party to talk to the animals instead. I always liked that story. And I had a lot of the similar objections Nerdalliun did. And basically my resolution of it after I did my dive was, it was pretty much I was having definitional issues, and some of it was translational. And it's like the idea of suffering isn't pain, it's endurance. You have to just endure things. And some of them are painful, some of them not. And the point on desire that I extracted out of that one is the problem isn't wanting something or needing something. Desire comes in from that level above wanting, where it's like you want it so bad, if you don't have it, you experience pain.
It's impatience, maybe. Impatience.
Well, I'm seeing it as a functional cycle. It falls into that category of you want it so bad, the lack of it is causing you pain. And that's one that you have to, I can see where more of what the Buddhist prescription is in order to abandon that want, because that want, if you want something so bad it causes you pain, that's going to be a problem for you. It's just inherently setting you up, because odds are that's not the only thing that falls into that category for you. And it's just in general, it is a procedure to be avoided. And that's sort of the way I unpacked them and made sense of them, where it's like, no, again, I'm talking about, Siddhartha himself and his insights, not necessarily what later Buddhists decided to build off of the initial foundation, where usually a lot of the followers tend to go off in directions the founder never would have wanted. So I'm going to tag on all of that.
It's also worthwhile to complement that there is debate whether the word dukkha really means suffering, or it just means misalignment with whatever it is that is essential with the cosmos. Pretty much using the radiate hand wheel here on the slide. If a wheel is not properly placed on the axis, has some alignment problem, it will squeak. And this kind of misalignment and squeaking of the wheel has been used in some texts, Buddhist texts, to metaphorize what they are aiming at when they talk about dukkha. It's a bit similar to other traditions, like the Taoists saying that if you align with the Tao, you practice non-action basically, and you flow with the Tao, and things just start to be done. or the Stoics who talk about aligning themselves with nature or the logos, and accepting its doings, its happenings. So I would say that probably the different traditions are attempting to point at something that really is, but in their own faulty and imperfect way.
Yeah, so I think those are good points. I'd like to sort of acknowledge I'm fully aware that Buddhism has kind of spread different parts of the world over thousands of years, and where it's met new cultures, it's been reinterpreted in new ways, so that, say, Japanese Zen Buddhism can be, and even within any culture, so I'm even generalizing now, but Japanese Zen Buddhism can be quite different to, say, Theravadan Buddhism. And like even in India, like in that region over time, like different schools of thought and different thinkers, different Buddhists interpreted the Buddha in different ways. And I think that's kind of important to come in mind for some of the reasons for what I mentioned earlier, that it kind of refutes the idea that there are these procedures you can follow. You can do the right kind of meditation. And by doing the right kind of meditation, you will find the one universal truth that everybody always finds when they do that kind of meditation. And everybody will agree. Like, there's this stupid meme that says, philosophers disagree with each other, but all mystics agree. And like the only way in which that's true is that most mystics agree they can't really talk about what the thing they want to say, so they kind of just stay quiet, so they aren't disagreeing with each other. But not necessarily in a helpful way. They may be doing different things while staying silent, and some anyway. Yeah. So just
but maybe they're having fun.
It could be, but like some people have fun disagreeing as well.
Yeah.
Well, you either understand it and get your cut of the union paycheck, or you don't understand it and you're on the outside and we just sit here and smile at you. That's how it works.
The worst is when no one's even getting a cut of any kind of paycheck. It's just, anyway. So yeah, that's the one thing. Sorry, there's another thing I wanted to touch on. This notion of suffering, like dukkha. That's one of the things that's been interpreted in many different ways. I've heard different teachers interpret what it is in different ways. I've only, like, the wheel misalignment, that's sort of creating a physical analogy of friction and resistance, is, I've only heard that from Rogério. From a different person, I heard dukkha as sort of a lack of agency, a lack of control. In a different book about emotions, I sort of heard a distinction between physical pain and emotional suffering, so that we can, the explanation was to use examples from having physical injuries or, say, physical illness that can be quite painful or uncomfortable. But then the added emotional pain of self-pity or sort of being indignant or enraged by whatever your condition is just adds more pain on top of whatever the physical pain is. And what you can do is, you can't necessarily take the physical pain away if you're a Buddhist, although if you have access to strong enough medication, sometimes you can take the pain away. Not always. Like some kinds of chronic pain, there are no pills that will take them away. But you can usually, by doing kinds of meditative practices, relieve the emotional pain. Like you can let go of the desire if it's a kind of frustration that's bothering you, or if you're pitying yourself, you can stop pitying yourself and feel a lot better. And yeah, if for dukkha to be sort of interpreted as endurance or the out of controlness of this world, I think there's a sense in which you can actually make, like, all life is not 100% under our control, and probably never will be. Actually, I'm almost like, there are a few things I'm close to certain about. I'm very close to certain that, like, all of life will never be fully under my control. Like, I'll never be an almighty God, essentially. I'm quite sure that's never going to happen. And I doubt that's what the Buddha meant. But if that's what if dukkha means sort of out of controlness, like all of life is kind of out of control, is not fully under your control, that seems true. But then the rest of how we're going to fix that doesn't make any sense, because that's not the kind of thing that I think can be fixed. That's just a thing that has to be accepted. Yeah. I'll stop there. Sorry, I interrupted you. Sorry.
But then when you talk about we must go into what you means. But go ahead, Zara, before we go to that.
So I think you and I probably agree on the ultimate judgment of Buddhism here, but I think that's exactly what the Buddha was getting at. So to understand the problem, he's not saying there's pain in life and that's unpleasant. He's saying all of life is suffering. The solution for him would be to become unified with the cosmic eternal being, because then it wouldn't be suffering anymore. So I want to try to make an argument that he's right, that all of life is suffering, and say that, well, we don't exist where everything's under our control. We don't exist in this eternal Apollonian sort of omnipotent perspective. We exist, as Descartes said, in the mean between that and utter annihilation and chaos. And that's what Socrates said too. We exist on this line between those things. His problem wasn't that, oh, I have a desire for a certain house and I'm not going to get that house, so I have suffering. And you say, well, you could be clever and figure out how to get the house, and then you would feel like you had everything you wanted, for a moment, until you desired something else. His problem isn't the house, it's death. What if you desire not to die, right? What if you desire never to be unhealthy and to always be young and immortal, right? Those were the three things on the first slide. So if that's what you're desiring, as you pointed out, the solution isn't going to be, well, the solution is going to have to be something other than be clever and figure out how to get those things, right? So I think you and I both agree that the Buddha there might be a better answer than the Buddha's idea of saying, well, stop wanting it and then you'll stop suffering. But I think that when you said, well, maybe that's not what he was about, I think that's exactly what he was about. He left politics, he left the family, he left love and society and culture and the kingdom, and he went out to deal with death and disease and suffering, and he was looking for immortality. And he says, okay, because I can't solve this problem, everything is ultimately suffering. Getting the house is great for a week, and then you want a bigger house, and then eventually you die in the house. And right, you see what I'm saying? Like, he's framing the problem as that ultimate problem, and that he wouldn't take it as it would be temporary solutions to get what you want today wouldn't solve the problem for him.
I think it's worthwhile to show you guys this slide here that I shamelessly robbed from my Buddhist lecture, from the lecture on the book of this book, the lecture on this book. So 2 types of happiness. This slide matches pretty nicely with also other traditions like the Stoics. So things that produce lasting happiness, or eudaimonia, or fulfillment, or whatever it's named in different traditions, do not depend on material goods or people, and it's related to our mind. So, for instance, if I draw happiness and fulfillment by joining together people, by introducing people, whatever these people are, that are interested in figuring out the truth, and they don't assume that they have any exclusive access to the truth, then I'm feeling huge amounts of fulfillment, and I felt through this by joining people in this way fulfillment that I've never felt in any other circumstance that I remember. It's like you feel that you're doing something very, very right, as opposed to something that we usually classify as very, very wrong, that we apparently we do more of, while there is fleeting happiness, of course, with stuff like money, material goods, social status, fame, family, stuff that we do not control. And if we attach to stuff that we do not control, and we do not control them because they are associated with the stochastic unpredictability and some chaotic element of the rest of the universe, then we are setting ourselves to suffer the lack or the excess of things, when it comes sometimes to people using substances or vices, and so it's a bit like we have an endless ambition within us psychologically, And we can point that ambition outwardly to things that are ephemeral, they are unpredictable, ultimately not fully controllable. And even though we might progress somewhat on that regard, we will be gaining stuff that comes and goes, or stuff that we will lose our interest to it, like the house example Zara gave. While if, for instance, we decide that, okay, today, every single day of my life, I will listen to a bit of philosophy or a bit of poetry or whatnot, and I will curate my sensory input as much as I can, so that I enrich bit by bit, day by day, my mind. It's a bit analogous to having the equivalent of unopened Christmas presents in the Christmas morning to open, that you'll get something fresh and new to enrich your mind every single day. That's what I would try to give as examples to lasting happiness, that could even overshadow some pain that we experience in our lives, even kind of guards us against being so disturbed by it. So I'm wondering what you guys think about all this.
I haven't settled it. I think Nerdalliun's right that I think there's something nihilistic about turning away from the nature of being that we actually are. We're in between. We're not these infinite things. So there's an element of suffering in everything we are because we're finite. To turn away from it, as the Buddhist is doing, and saying, well, I'm just going to I'm going to stop being in the way that allows suffering to play a role, seems nihilistic. I don't know. I don't know. And then the Buddha achieves immortality at some point. And so it's like, well, wait a minute. I thought your whole idea was to stop desiring in the first place, but now you're actually getting everything you ever wanted. So yeah, I'm confused, I think is the right way of summing it up.
There's a thing to address that, which I asked Mario Nakamura, who gave the lecture, which was, well, if you're saying that money, material goods, social status, fame, and family are bad things that we should avoid, are you really saying that? And he stresses the point that, no, I'm not saying that you should become necessarily, of necessity, a renunciate and live the monastic lifestyle or ascetic lifestyle. Of course, that's even against the idea of the Buddha, the life story of the Buddha himself, who chose the middle way. Basically, he didn't choose either of the extremes. And so even though money shouldn't disturb you by its absence, it shouldn't also disturb you by its presence or abundance. If you gain, if for instance you luck out and gain a lot of money, and you have a calm mind and keep your right thinking, and you keep aligned with your life's purpose, you will employ that money to the greatest extent to whatever that life purpose that you have uncovered for yourself is, further feeding the lasting happiness kind of part. But if you don't get that money, you will continue doing your life's purpose all the same, without batting an eye. That's the idea. The idea is not to kind of throw them away. It's like, oh, okay, we have necessities and we have we need to preserve our life. And so, well, I need to deal with these things, but I won't let them disturb my peace of mind. That's more the idea, to further explain what this table with two columns actually means. And it matches the recipes of Taoists and Stoics as well. So we're not talking about something that is the quintessential exclusive domain of Buddhism. There are a bunch of traditions that are pointing in their own words to the same direction.
So I agree with you completely, Rogério, right? So you don't find the answers in the material according to the Buddhists, but you also don't find them in shunning. So those are second order questions. Let's just put them out of our mind. How is the Buddhist dealing with the primary question? How's he dealing with what he says is the problem you have to admit you have to start out with? right? Forget the secondary questions. We won't be distracted by them. We won't seek it in the distraction of acquiring material things, and we won't seek it, as you wisely and rightly point out, is a hell of an insight in multiple different traditions. We won't seek it by being as controlled by those things through the negation of them. How's he dealing with what he calls the suffering of being when I have everything I need and I'm not distracted by it, but I'm mortal? Right? That's the problem he's trying to deal with. He says, look, I'm already in the palace to begin with. I've got all the hot babes, and we're having orgies, and we're having parties, and my dad wants me to, I got it all. I'm not seeking anything. It's not like I'm hungering for something more. That's all fine. I'm content with that. And in that privileged place of being the celebrity and the famous one and the heir to the throne and having all the material goods you could ever want and the familial relational hopes, he has a problem, and he leaves that palace. He says there's a problem that isn't going to be solved in this way. And as you rightly point out, he says it's also not going to be solved by negating all of that stuff either. But he still has the problem, right? The problem is, I think that Nerdalliun was on to the answer, and I'm curious about whether or not this is the right way of interpreting what the Buddhist teachings were, because I think so. The way we think about it is analogous to the whole, well, I'm not going to hunger and I'm not going to chase anything. Well, okay, so are you not going to want immortality? Are you going to not be concerned with the fact that you're going to die someday and get old and sick? But another way of saying is, look, the challenge is clearly, how do you embrace that suffering, right? I think that was the idea you suggested earlier. And I wonder if there's a proper way of interpreting the Buddhist teachings to say, okay, don't have wrong desire to turn away from the fact that this is the state of being that you're in, and embrace the limited and therefore necessarily suffering implied state of being that allows you to be, or something like that. Is it possible to read him that way? Because I'm not saying it is. I'm saying
okay. I will say honestly, my knowledge of Buddhism doesn't go that far. What I will tell you is from traditions that probably drew from Buddhism, like Stoicism, which recommends memento mori. Every single day you contemplate your mortality, so that you don't delude yourself into being a god. You don't pretend your life, you're going through your life as you had 10,000 or infinite years to live. You try to bring to your self-awareness that your days are counted, and that counting is lower than you might expect, and also
lower
that
every day.
There's a thing from Buddhism, which is you must if you follow this practice, you think that the today is the last day before the day you die. So it's a bit like the memento mori thing. So there's
grace in that, yeah.
There's death, there's Lady Death. It's a thing, it's a truth that there is there. Can you propositionally argue that it's not a thing? That's really hard to do, because maybe it's a thing. We are all sharing in that mortality. So if there's a thing that could bind people together, is if they all realize wisely, without panic, hopefully, that they are mortal, and they start little by little, a bit like exposure therapy for phobic people. Little by little, you acquaint yourself with Lady Death, and you realize, like Marcus Aurelius said, that she is always at your elbow. You just merely need to stop breathing for like 5 minutes. Your brain becomes hypoxic, and there's the point of no return. Our bodies are also extremely frail and can be crushed by a truck or something like that. So the world has a bunch of even dumb ways to die around to it. And we never know when it will be. And so one of the prescriptions actually from Stoicism is to live every single day as if it were your last, or the eve of the day of your death. And with this, a nihilistic interpretation presents itself. Should you go catatonic because you're mortal? not in the least. You should
You're
start
embracing it.
Yeah, you should start embracing your mortality. And since you have like maybe 300 days to go, if things are really bad or something like that, and you have a child, you take full advantage of the time you have to be with that child, for instance, or your spouse or whatnot. Like if you had a doctor say, well, you have terminal cancer, you have a month, you will use that month, you'll live the seconds with such intensity and veracity.
So
yeah,
I can understand that answer, and I like that answer. That answer makes a lot of sense. The Stoicism, there's philosophical answers, and they're all about embracing your mortality. Here's the thing. I swear to you, I'm being as genuine as I can possibly be. I understand exactly what you're saying. Here's the thing that annoys the heck out of me. The Buddha achieved immortality. The ancient Egyptians said you can achieve immortality, right? Christ says embrace the cross, but then you get immortality. It's like, what the heck are they talking about?
This is a XCLH thinking, as Natsuno-san mentioned. This guy, this pagan guy, who engaged with us on Twitter, quite an interesting and wise guy. So in the time around Plato and Buddhas and whatnot, suddenly people started to sport this dualistic idea that there's the mind and there's the body, and the mind or soul or whatnot is immortal somehow, and that we will have some form of afterlife. And each tradition makes up their afterlife, or paints the afterlife in their own colors. The Christians with heaven or hell, the Buddhists with what they call the ultimate reality, the Egyptians, as you mentioned, also that thing that comes after weighing the heart and the feather.
All of the greatest thinkers in the history of the world who had ideas that we could build societies around came to that conclusion. I'm saying, what the hell are they talking about?
But man, at the same time, this is extremely frustrating. We have no one reporting back. we have zero empirical evidence
but we have
of an afterlife.
I'm not advocating for an afterlife.
It's all guesswork.
I'm not advocating for an afterlife. What I'm saying is nobody has come back to tell us it isn't there, and nobody has come back to tell us it is. So that's a wash. And the greatest minds that have made civilization possible, I'm as uncomfortable with this question as anybody can be. I'm bringing it up not because I think I have the answer or I'm super comfortable. I'm saying, how come they all
hang on, Larry? Like, I think you're like, when you say have made civilization possible, I think you're not giving enough credit to the massive contribution the lawyers who stayed quiet about afterlife made to civilization, and the mathematicians who stayed quiet about the afterlife, and maybe the lawyers, the medical scientists, and
the farmers, as well.
The farmers, the accountants, the bean counters. The advertisers, the salesmen, like I hate them too, but they
phone
play their role.
sanitizers.
The
civilization has been made possible by more than just the work of the priest. I want to come back to
but
Buddhism
that is okay,
and these tricky concepts. This is something that to me I also struggle with. So the terms, I think, in Pali, I don't know if these were the actual words the Buddha would use, but at least these are the earliest ones that were written down, I think. The dukkha is for the suffering, so all life is dukkha. And then the word for desire they use is tanha, or however that's pronounced. And like another translation for that is a craving. And apparently they distinguish between three different kinds of craving. So there's a craving for sensual pleasures, a craving for existence, and a craving for non-existence. Now, just on a scientific note about like whether these magical god beings got the sources of suffering right, I don't see any craving for love, which is like when people lose their loved ones, it's heartbreakingly painful and a cause of suffering. And Buddhists are like, nah, that's not a cause of suffering. That's like all of suffering is caused by either your desire to exist forever, or your desire not to exist, or your desire for things like food or sex or whatever. There's no like or thwarted desire for close, meaningful connection, for affectionate, loving relationships. And that actually shows in the Eightfold Path as well. There's no spoke for right friendship. There's no spoke for right collegiality. There's no spoke for right collaboration or right family or right marriage or right fatherhood or right motherhood.
Yeah,
and
it's
you'd
in
have
the
to,
it's in the perspective of
Right
the
relationship.
individual. Yeah, it's individuated. But I can give you guys a few quotes that talk about companionship and friendship and love.
the Buddha did talk about friendship. He does actually have some interesting things to say about friendship. At least there are teachings about friendships attributed to the Buddha that are quite interesting. Let's say it
Yeah,
that way.
exactly.
That's
That's one thing that we must always keep in mind. These writings that are ascribed to the Buddha, we must say that these are the writings that are supposedly what the Buddha said, but we are not sure. we must always, if we don't say it explicitly, we must always say it in our mind implicitly. So, for instance, a Buddhist that is called Thich Nhat Hanh said this about love. Through my love for you, I want to express my love for the whole cosmos, the whole of humanity and all beings. By living with you, I want to learn to love everyone and all species. If I succeed in loving you, I will be able to love everyone and all species on earth. This is the real message of love.
Well, I didn't think we were going to get to the answer so quickly, that love was the answer here, but all right, fine. Shortcut the whole journey.
Well, to
love is
be
really
fair,
just part of the picture.
to be
love
be
is the
fair,
answer. It's all different ways of saying love.
Come on.
It's all different ways of saying love.
we will inevitably have a session on Rumi, on his poems that use the word love a lot. So because there's a lot of them. So just saying that. Also,
There's only one subject.
Going back to actual what the words ascribed to Buddha are. So let's see. Yeah, go ahead.
Also, there are some kinds of craving that actually feel good. So,
Sure.
There's a way in which being sexually tintillated and just being horny after someone, like even like before it's ever gratified, and even if it's never gratified, sometimes it just cools down by itself. But like, yeah, that can be a pleasant mental state. And like I said, the mental state of getting after something, not necessarily sexual, it can be an intellectual pursuit or foraging. For example, I really enjoyed looking for books in a library. I really just like going through books and trying to find interesting reading materials. I can spend easily an hour just engrossed in going through lists and lists and checking, maybe I want to read this book, check the table of contents, know that, oh, they cite this person, let me go check if I can find that book, go back, look through the list, see how many pages it are, see what the publisher is. I don't trust that publisher, I don't trust this publisher, it's usually good. I could just keep myself busy going through a list of that stuff, and all I'm doing is I'm foraging. This is just a very modern form of foraging. And there's a neuroscientist who's been criticized to hell and back called Panksepp, who sort of talks about a seeking system, and he calls the dopaminergic reward system the seeking system. Yeah, Jordan Peterson talks about it a lot too. Jordan Peterson also likes Jacques Panksepp. But yeah, I actually think like the dopamine system, it's a similar thing to what most people, when they're scrolling down a feed, they're foraging. Like it's a foraging system. Yeah. And if you're on social media, the example doesn't work so much because you're often foraging through like just a minefield of enraging propaganda. So not necessarily a good mental state.
But the algorithm is hacking that system for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it can be a pleasant state. And what you're doing is you're craving after something. You're craving after finding something in a place. And to say that could be like really pleasant. It's not necessarily painful. And maybe the Buddha would be all right with that and say like, yeah, no, dukkha doesn't mean pain so much. It means just out of hand. Like you're not entirely in control when you're doing that. You're a little bit like an addict when you scroll down a feed, or you're like, I'm a little bit like an addict when I forage for a book. I'm not 100% in control of that. But then I'd go back to the thing is, well, the Buddha doesn't have a solution to I'll never be 100% in control. Like there's just no way that any of us is ever going to be an almighty God. Like that's not going to happen. So if that's the problem, like, yeah, we're mortals and we're not almighty gods, then I don't think the Buddha has a solution to that. And so it's just wishful thinking to say, well, the Buddha, you have a problem. You're not an almighty God. I have the answer for you. It's like, oh, hang on. No, you don't. Like nobody has an answer for the problem that we're not almighty gods. That's
Well,
this is
well, we're
dead in
circling
the water.
around it. You could stop wanting to be. You could stop wanting to be.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
the answer is just accept that you're not an almighty
It's
God.
acceptance. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like one
That-
of the
That
famous
makes perfect
Stoics.
sense.
When we get to the Stoics, you will love them because one of the teachers, Epictetus, the most quintessential teaching of his is, okay, you put things in two columns. The first column is things that you can control. The second column is things that are outside of your control. Maybe you control them partially, but for the most part, they are related to weather and the economy and other people's emotions and whatnot. You cannot control them, and so a huge degree of maturity can come from acceptance, I'd say.
So guys, I'm doing something like theosophy here. Like, you know, this whole thing where people argue logically, if God is, you can't have all three, God being almighty, all good, and all knowing. Like, one of those three has to be false. I'm doing something similar with the Four Noble Truths. So, like, we're saying, if dukkha means things are out of control, it doesn't make any sense to say the reason things are out of control is because we have cravings. Like, whether or not we have cravings, things are going to be out of control. So if that's the interpretation of dukkha, then the statement that all dukkha is caused by tanha, just incorrect, just false, not true. Like, if we're saying, no, the thing that tanha causes is a kind of pain, we say, like, well, no, all life isn't pain. There are pleasures in stuff too. Also, tanha can also cause pleasure. Like, craving can be pleasurable. So, like, for Buddhism, for the Four Noble Truths to make sense, they have to kind of make sense together. So we need an interpretation simultaneously of dukkha and tanha that can make sense of the fact that all life is dukkha. Dukkha is caused by tanha, and if we liberate ourselves from tanha, we will also liberate ourselves from dukkha. Like, we need interpretations of dukkha and tanha that makes all three of those statements true. Otherwise, if we have interpretations that make those true and insightful, I think we can say something like, oh, we've understood Buddhism and we agree that Buddhism is true. Well, we also need the Eightfold Path, I guess. But the Eightfold Path, in my mind, because it doesn't invoke dukkha or tanha directly, is a separate thing. As if we can't find interpretations of dukkha and tanha that makes all those three true, we have to say something like, well, Buddhism is a kind of fiction that people use to make themselves feel better.
It's a boat. It's even stated on one of the parables of Buddhism that the teachings of the Buddha are a tool or a vessel, and you shouldn't get too worked up on it. You kind of use it or not, or impartial, and when its usefulness has ended because its precepts have become unconsciously mastery. You've acquired unconscious mastery. Then you no longer need the texts like school, like in Star Wars. Luke Skywalker just gets panicked because the texts are all on fire, and Yoda says, "You foolish! The texts are in you." And okay, I have a passage here to read about what is a true friend. And since you mentioned that you know Buddhists, let me listen from you. If you agree that this properly describes this person. So it comes from the Metta Sutta, and it goes like this: the person in whom these things are found is your friend. They give what is hard to give. They do what is hard to do. They endure what is hard to endure. They reveal their secrets to you. They keep your secrets. They don't abandon you in times of trouble. They don't look down on you in times of trouble.
Yeah, so they've definitely divulged secrets of me, and they look down on me in times of trouble, in times of going good, like just constantly looking down on me. So yeah, not a Buddhist friend.
This is in the suttas. This is in the suttas. Basic. So how can one person? Do you even Buddhism? You should ask them. Oh, another one. This is a bit lengthier, but please bear with me. Recognize these four good-hearted friends: the helper, the friend in good times and bad, the counselor, and the one who's compassionate. The helper. They guard you when you're negligent. They guard your property when you're negligent. They keep you safe in times of danger. When something needs doing, they supply you with twice the money you need. The friend in good times and bad. They tell you secrets. They keep your secrets. They don't abandon you in times of trouble. They even give their life for your welfare. The counselor. They keep you from doing bad. They support you in doing good. They teach you what you do not know. They explain the path to heaven. And then the compassionate friend. They don't delight in your misfortune. They delight in your good fortune. They keep others from criticizing you. They encourage praise of you. And then he ends, an astute person understands these four friends for what they are and carefully looks after them, like a mother the child at her breast. And so where in contemporary popular tradition do we have any of these notions? Almost nothing. We almost have no textual sources contemporary that give us these notions. So and I'm not saying that Buddhism is the all and all be all. If you guys know me, I'm clearly not that. I'm just saying that there are gems there stashed in the suttas that people claim that they are Buddhist and they never read.
Yeah. No, so the person I'm thinking of did like a job trying their best to pretend to be the compassionate friend. But the pretense didn't quite work. I wanted to say just on contemporary sources of friendship, Daniel J. Hrushka made an interdisciplinary study into friendship. So he looks at the evolution, the anthropology, the psychology, the behavioral game theory of friendship and kind of analyzes it and how it relates to other kinds of close relationships and just other kinds of relationships. So he compares it to reciprocal altruism as defined in game theory, like tit for tat trading. He says friendship's different from that. And he compares it to family relationships. So like there's some similarity in friendships between pseudo kinships. He compares it to romantic and sexual partnerships, and he looks at the development through childhood and adulthood. And like I said, he looks a little bit at the game theory of friendship as well. So a very good source on friendship. I think there are other contemporary sources as well, but you know, he does actually he does quote the Buddha, and he quotes Aristotle as ancient sources of wisdom on friendship. So just sort of definitions of friendship. Also has lots of interesting things to say about cross-cultural variation in how friendship plays out. He's actually, I think, a trained anthropologist primarily. So he does cross-cultural work of, I don't know what the politically correct term is, but sort of traditional societies across the world, and they have different norms and different expectations for how friendships work. And one of the questions he gets into a lot of detail is whether the notion of friendship is a human universal. Like, is it something that crops up in all societies all across the world? Can you find analogs to the Western notion of friendship in other cultures wherever you look? And he finds things that are similar enough to friendship everywhere. And he makes arguments for why people evolved to relate to each other as friends. And yeah, anyway, really, really good contemporary source on that. And there are a bunch of others. I did a bit of.
Thanks for proving me wrong there, and I'm happy to be wrong there.
Yeah, no, he's not the most famous academic in the world. There are a couple of people who are making a big deal of, say, the pandemic of loneliness and how friendship is supposed to, how you need to remember to make friendships work and make friends and be friends to end the pandemic of loneliness. There are a couple of authors like that who are sort of doing rounds and talking about their books and doing podcasts or whatever. So there are a couple of people talking about friendship. I think for a lot of people on social media, friendship isn't a aggravating, outrageous topic. So it's not among the things that get the most attention, because apparently outrage is a lot better at getting attention than things like friendship and wisdom and that kind of thing.
But try using Cunningham's law and say something outrageous about friendship, and you'll see them at your door.
Let's try.
With pitchforks and
I was going to say the one type of friend that
Don't
they
threaten
leave
me
off
with
here
a good time.
that I find I encounter too often is the leech, who's basically there when times
Sure.
are good. They'll abandon
Sure.
you when you see a storm cloud, and if you tell them something that they can make worth their while, they'll sell you out in a second.
Yep.
And that seems to be much more of the modern sense of friendship. And again, most online friendships fall in that one. You're only with them because you're just
It's
sharing some good
utility.
times.
Yeah,
You're sharing good
friendships.
times. You're sharing the subject that you all like, But if you bring up personal stuff or anything that's not outside that limited, circle of acceptable topics, now you've violated the friendship. So you lose this friend, and I go, it's like, was that really a friend to start with?
No.
Yeah.
That's
You
Um,
know.
It's utility
also,
based. Oh, go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. It's we also went through that when we went through Aristotle, and he talked about the friends of utility. When the utility goes away, there's no longer this friend, and I wouldn't even use the word friend. And also, when we get to the Stoics, we will talk about their notions of friendship, like Seneca's letters on friendship, and also Epicurus was really big on friendship as well. Go ahead, Zara.
No, you said what I wanted to say, and I'm contemplating sharing something more personal or not. So
I was gonna say, let me
there's
finish some housekeeping real quick here first. Then I got some back stuff some notes I've saved up here, and that's I wanted to touch with Nerdalliun on the subject of love. And from what I see, according to neuroscience, love is some really, really good neurochemicals. And one thing that you might be interested in adding to your histories is a history of love, because in a very real sense, the modern concept of romance was a late medieval / middle Renaissance development with Abelard and Eloise, and before that, there wasn't the sense of emotion between two people being a driving source of the male female relationship. That was primarily based off of other more important principles before that. And that was the first time that really started surfacing as a driving feature. I wanted to, on the to list one observation that I had there is the focus on the right side of the list is fleeting happiness when it's for yourself. If you're working with other people to acquire that for others, that becomes much more of a lasting happiness. And again, it's more tied to that concept of helping and doing for others, and as part of the enjoying the journey process as opposed to necessarily the destination. And the last couple of comments I have is on
wait a second. It's not fair for you to be wiser than the Buddha. We can't give all the secrets away at once just because we're studying him. I think that's correct. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and some of that is you're dealing with an antinomic a paradox, where and that was dealing with some of yours are where it's like what they're dealing with, and sometimes the only way to succeed is by giving up. It's sort of like that Chinese finger trap, and the last one I had to go with is on that idea of death. And one of the things that my father drilled into my head again from the time I was a young child was that the only thing I have to do in life is die. Everything else is an option, and it's very much the same territory that's being taught here. And one of the best analogies I encountered for it over the years was Carlos Castaneda and his idea of that death is always stalking you. It's always somewhere behind you, stalking you, and one day it's going to catch you. You just never know when it's going to be. And I always thought that analogy worked really well. So just going to tag on that bundle of housekeeping. Let you go on, Zara. Tag.
No, I think that's fantastic. Something Rogério said. I'll just do a little bit of the house cleaning of ideas in my head from what you said earlier too. You brought up Epictetus. Also, so what you just said there is we're struggling with how to embrace limitation, and what do we deal with the fact that death is always there, and the question of immortality. Well, Epicurus had this formula that included limitation as a necessary component of how to achieve satisfaction, right? Something, it's not about pleasure and pain, it's about suffering and satisfaction, right? So as was pointed out earlier, you kind of need that longing in order to make the accomplishment of getting something worth it in the first place, right? So the Epicurean formula was, there's 3 things in life that make life worth living. The first one is being hungry and acquiring and obtaining and eating a good meal. We don't have to talk about the other 2, but the formula is all in the first one. So the idea is that your lack and your suffering and your limitation is a necessary component for how you can get to something that is satisfying. You can't just eat any meal. You have to have a good meal, right? So there's more to it than just that. It's not making a God out of suffering and limitation, but it's saying, I can embrace the suffering and limitation because it's a necessary element of something that's truly satisfying. And if I was God and I had a full belly all the time, as if I had just eaten the most perfect meal, I'd be bored. There'd be nothing to aim for. There'd be nothing satisfying about being at all. So when we say embracing suffering, I think it's sometimes we might have the idea of the Stoic attitude as being like, well, I've come to terms with it. I'm not thrilled about it, but I've come to terms with the fact that it's a reality. It's like, no, you can hug it. You can embrace it. You can say, I get to have this amazing life because I'm mortal. And if I wasn't mortal, why would I do any of the things I'm doing? And what would be the joy or pleasure of any of them?
If this were like the cover of a video game, and people who like challenges see that the video game is full of challenges
or
and
cheat codes.
No, but without cheat codes. If you as we've discussed, if we have a video game and we put in the cheat codes and solve the game, and the game has everything unlocked for us, we will get bored very fast, and there will be nothing for us to yearn for. While if a video game provides us challenge, and we really truly have the Stoic attitude, not the upper lip lowercase Stoic attitude of just agreeing with your lot. No, this one is even it's good. Thank God that there is some variability in how my soul strings are played. Thank God for that. It's so much better that our world provides so much variety and novelty. If it were all rainbows and unicorns, we would be bored to death, probably even to the point of suicide. And so, since life has so much of this variability, that we can even figure out ways to align ourselves to further enhance this variability and novelty, and embrace the bad as well as the good, but without being overly obsessed or overly attached to any of these parts of the scale. That we go through life more with an inner sense of fulfillment than with the sense pleasure, huge waves of ecstatic pleasure followed by grief because we have the hangover or the what's it called, the refractory period. The refractory period. So if we base our lives, the joy of our lives, in a system that has peaks and refractory periods, we won't maximize the utility of life for us as human beings.
Okay.
So well,
now
rent.
My question is, can the Buddha be read as understanding and teaching this point? Because my understanding of the Buddha is always not this. It's always the idea that says, well, if you could just give up wanting and disconnect from your being, then you wouldn't. That's a very different message. However, the Eightfold Path is clearly the correct way to be engaging in life on 8 different levels of dimension there. So am I just not understanding Buddhism? And is Buddhism getting at this same truth that we've been talking about? I mean, Nietzsche's Zarathustra did the same sort of a thing, where it's an embrace of the limitation that allows for even eternal significance is what he did. But is there an embrace of longing and desire and things that are by their definition limited and therefore suffering? in Buddhism, or is it my cartoon Western understanding of Buddhism? Is that accurate or not? Where it's saying, no, it's a mug's game. You're never going to get to anything worthwhile ultimately if you go down that road. So just stop being as much as you can, and then finally you'll die and you'll really stop being.
My answer to that would be, just as we are fooled even by stuff that is within our own native tradition, Western tradition. Sorry, Nerdalliun again. We are wrong popularly about what Stoicism is. We are wrong about what cynicism is. We are wrong popularly about what skepticism is. We need to go into the material and figure out the people that kind of founded the traditions, what they were doing, not just in text, but how they lived their lives. And coming back to Buddhism, yeah, I think so. I'm quite convinced that the popular notion of Buddhism strawmans Buddhism quite a lot. And I think my readings of the notions of Buddhism on friendship that are not popularly known by any means are a hint at that. And if people are really want to really give Buddhism a shot, they shouldn't give Buddhism a shot via what is popularly known as Buddhism, but engage with the suttas and the Pali Canon but at the rate that they can. At least engage with the Dhammapada and see if the aphorisms really have something of value for your life. I found that like 80% of them resonated with me, but this is when we are fortunately living in a world we have like at least 8 identifiable, distinguishable philosophies of life: Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, Stoicism, Epicureanism, skepticism, existentialism, and probably none of these will 100% resonate with each and every one of us. So probably what will end up if we travel through these different traditions is we will realize bits and pieces that truly resonate with us and that we consider are worthwhile and have value to us and are right and are correct and are implementable in our lives. And we will judge by ourselves and treat by ourselves by giving things a shot. But I don't think we should give things a shot by their surface value, as you alluded to.
Well, we have to add to the list then Rogerian seeking and tastingism.
This is an attempt at syncretism.
I like that.
That follows eclecticism, probably.
Yeah,
Eclecticism. There you go.
eclecticism is the kinder word. Syncretism is usually used in a derogatory term.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good. I was. You saw me. I was looking for the word. I couldn't find it. We'll call it Rogerian eclecticism. That's brilliant.
Also, well, I have a few more points here to do, especially with the Buddhist notion of self. So my question is being mistaken about self in itself a source of suffering? To the Buddhists, our personality or psychology merely consists of what could be analogized to a ship of Theseus, impermanent, which is entirely changeable, which means plastic, is constantly changing in flux, and thus is removed from any timelessness or permanence. And so this is, in all likelihood, probably a thing, if time is a thing. And then, so the no self concept that is ascribed to the Buddhists, is this a native Buddhist thing, or did it crop up as an interpretation of the earliest texts? So likely a later interpretation of Buddha defining self in the negative by excluding a bunch of popular concepts of self, like Yajnavalkya had said, and without giving a definite categorical definition of self, just like we alluded to previously. So I'm saying nothing new here.
No, that's amazing. Wait, before you can move on, that's amazing because the end result of both of those types of interpretations are complete opposites, right? There's the New Age ego deniers have this idea of Buddhism that says, well, since you can't define it exactly, what they're really saying is there's no such thing, and so just dissolve into being one with everything. But it's always the negation of the self, the negation of the self. This the other way of understanding is to say, no, this thing is so powerful, it's so eternal, it's so important that you can't nail it down. But that's not a negation of the self. It's a negation of the claim that you can encapsulate the self and throw word chains around it, which is exactly the opposite attitude towards being. That, okay, all right, I just had to, this is the first time I've heard this. This is really fantastic stuff. So
Oh, that's awesome. So
that's amazing.
That's a huge source of fulfillment to know that. Also, this is my interpretation. This may be because since the self is the quintessential flux entity, it is foolish to define it with a static proposition using language, and the no self doctrine might have survived so long because at least it keeps the narcissist away to an extent, as Nerdalliun said, from joining groups of Buddhists. So there might be expediency and usefulness there, although it might not be isomorphic with the truth.
Let's do it then. Let's keep saying negate the self when we start out, because
exactly.
We need a solution to this problem.
Yeah, we as we've seen, Nerdalliun and Zara and Graham, we make groups and we do some stuff, and we're all pointing towards figuring things out. We wrestle with things and whatnot, but we're all kind of in parallel pointing at the thing in which our each parallel endeavors take nothing from each other's endeavor. We are not in direct competition with each other, kind of in beginning ourselves by listening others. While if a kind of a narcissist, a theatrical or a deep narcissist or whatnot joined our group, at least we should have means to identify them as early as possible to minimize the damage, or preventing them from joining in the first place.
So that's hilarious. That's why I've been laughing, is how you could prevent everybody from joining and then say, okay, now that we're alone, let's actually talk about the reality. That's fantastic.
Now let's talk about the self.
So look, we have to just bring up again, it's another time to bring up Plato's idea of the 3 levels of friendship, right? What was it? It was utility, pleasure, and then aiming at the good, right? So you say, oh, well, we have to identify the narcissist quickly. It's like, it's not hard. They're not interested in the good conversation. So when they're arguing with someone or agreeing with someone, it's never about encouraging that person and actually caring about their ideas and really interacting with them. It's always about, where do you stand versus where do I stand? And how can I prove that I'm over here and you're down here? And it's just so
the picking order.
Worthless.
It's figuring out the picking order.
It's the only thing, unfortunately, I love these people, God bless them, but it's the only goddamn thing they can be concerned with constantly. And it stops them from ever giving a damn about anything. Look, Nietzsche said, I've thought of this quote 4 times while we're talking, so I'll just share it. Zarathustra says, I walk amongst men as amongst disembodied corpses on a battlefield. Right? There's a limb over here. There's everywhere. Everyone's broken. No one's whole. And it's like, yeah, man, it's like, okay, can we just have one day? Can we have a day where everybody in the world agrees we're just going to care about something other than this brokenness? And of course you can't, because you can feel pity for being in a state like that. It's like, this is bad and you need a fix. And sometimes you feel like there is no fix, so just make sure all the attention is on you, just in case there is a fix, and that's the best you can do. I don't know. Who knows what's going on in anybody's mind? But anyway, yeah. To be about something, I have said this before in sessions with Rogério. To me, I think the distance between heaven and hell, how far apart they are, is the distance between caring about something and caring that people think of you as the person who cares about something. Right. And as soon as somebody comes in and they want to pretend to be the one who cares about it, they take away from themselves all the joy and benefit they could get. But the person who's aimed at that thing, they never insult other people. They never try to push them down, because they are hoping everybody's going to get closer, and that by other people doing well, they're going to do well too. Anyway, we don't need a long rant on me about narcissism, but God dang, the internet age has made these people our kings. And we need to dethrone them somehow.
Amen.
Sic semper narcissus. Thus may it ever be with narcissists. We'll find a way.
Also adopt a narcissist. They need something that they are not getting. Therefore, their narcissism.
They're to be pitied. They're to be pitied for sure.
So to a throwback to all you need to do is love. Like someone sort of gave me some pity for the experience I had with a narcissist, and said like my path to wisdom has been pushed back or whatever, and it was like literally sickening. Like it was toxic to my health for a while, and I suffered immensely. But I actually think I grew in wisdom in that, and specifically grown that like there's a level of narcissism where like it's naive to think the solution is just to give them enough love. They'll like the love will cure them of their narcissism. No, the love will just make you sick. That's like
they'll pull
the
you
one
right
giving
into
the love.
hell. Yeah,
it's like throwing food into a black
that's
hole.
rough. That's yeah. It's rough. Keep telling your story, because I think we've all had similar stories, and it's a rough story. But you think, okay, look, you'll be secure if I just show you that you could care about somebody other than yourself. Look, I'll show you I can care about you. And it's like you go and hug them and they're just like, good, I can pull you into hell with me. And it's like, it's very traumatic to recognize that some people are aiming for the worst. They're not trying to climb up. They actually want to get further deeper. And I think the right solution is to turn your back on those people. Not because you hate them. You're not going to push them down with your foot. You're not trying to make things worse, but you're saying, look, the solution for this person is to look in the other direction. I'm not going to help them look down by coming next to them. And none of that's going to work. I got to turn my back on you until you decide you want to start climbing up. And then you've got a chance. But yeah, it's painful. It's a painful experience.
So my conscience was bothering me for a little bit, because this person I had interaction with, like soon after I sort of walked away, got promoted to a position of some power over a community.
And for how long?
I don't know. I think there's it's been a couple of months. We'll see how long it lasts. Okay. I don't think too long, but just because other people were also at risk, I kind of felt a duty to at least tell my truth to even higher authorities. Like, look, before I joined this community was fine. Joined this community, mental and physical health took a sharp nosedive because of this person. I left. My mental and physical health went way better very quickly. I don't think it's because I did anything more stupid than just loving this person, but stupidly. That's all I can say. I don't really even have evidence I can show them. Like, look, this, like that the person did say things that if I did have that in writing, this person did ask me to help her start a cult. And so if I had that in writing and I could take that to the authorities, that would be a clincher for them. But smart enough not to put things like that in writing to this person. So I don't have evidence of that.
These people, they tend, it's really painful because you turn your back on them and then they think they're doing well and they rise up and they fool a lot of people. Here's an insight that might be helpful. I don't know how helpful it is, but they fool a lot of people who can be fooled, and it doesn't last more than 2 years. And within 2 years, if you just walk away and say, look, I'm not playing these games, say whatever nasty things you want about me because you hate people who see through you, I'm going over this direction. Within 2 years, everybody else figures out what they're up to, and they have to go find somebody else to try to lie to. I don't think there's a solution where we can help these people. I think the solution is to be on guard and say, look, I don't have time for this. I have to just let you. But the other thing to remember is that if you saw through the person and everybody else isn't, it means that their bullying tactics, their manipulations, their nonsense are satisfying to those other people. So they're not friends you necessarily want right now either. Like, even if it's sad to think that the select group of friends is really, really, really select, it's like, look, those people need to figure out that watching the silly game of who's on top and who's the best and stuff is not really where saying, oh, I'm in this person's club and we talk bad about that. Fine. If that's what you're interested in, please. Thank God for the narcissist. They can be a super magnet to drag all the morons to them. And I'm going to just go try to have a good conversation with someone who's capable of having it. And I'm cutting all of that out of my life. So the story I didn't want to tell was I cut out a friendship recently. I've been cutting out everybody. And I'm not nasty about it, but I've been over the last. Yeah, well, that can be fun. That can be fun too. Look, it's not that there's any level of pain that these people don't deserve. So let me say, I have been nasty in the past, but with certain people, I've spent over a decade pouring into and caring about a certain person in particular. I'm just going to talk about a certain person. This person has gone from, they've got their PhD now. They've done very well. We've been friends and we've had a lot of experiences, but whatever has happened, they're not aimed at things being good for me. They're not really, they've kind of gotten into a very petty perspective of what good would be for them whatever. I don't want to pick on them. The point is, it was clear to me that this person wasn't aiming at the good. And so even though I've been friends with them for a long time, I'm just like, look, I don't have any more time for this. I've reached the limit of time that I have for being distracted by or getting sucked into. Because the other thing is there's a powerful gravitational force. Maybe this person I'm talking about isn't a narcissist, by the way, but of the actual malevolent narcissist that you're talking about having had an experience with, they will suck you into. The first day you see them, you think, this is nonsense. Why are you so concerned with this? 2 months later, you're actually thinking about all the nonsense as if it matters. And anyway, I don't know if that's helpful.
So luckily, the person that got me into it, well, wait, let me redact some thoughts there quickly. I'll say the specific techniques, because like charisma can be a nebulous thing, but this person used sort of documented techniques that you can actually go look up. So there's a kind of practice called circling, which the elevator pitch for what circling is in the Authentic Relating Handbook, full of games where it's like team building games. The elevator pitch for circling is a structured way to love the shit out of someone. And another thing a person used is loving kindness meditation. So sort of drag people into a meditation chat room and then just do a lovely little meditation with the voice.
Hypnosis.
And
ASMR kind of thing.
Yeah. But so like on an affective level, very deliberately manipulating sort of feelings of love without any of the intentions or motivations to be good. So like no aiming at good, just the emotions. And also in a nasty way, abusing the resulting emotional attachment. So preferring to stay high and mighty, not lowering themselves to such petty things as insults or whatever. What they'll do is they'll punish you with disregard and neglect. So first, no, like you're not good enough to be my friend unless we have this very strong emotional attachment of love. But then as soon as you even disagree with me intellectually, you're dead to me emotionally. And you know how much that fucking hurts when someone just stops talking to you? To just like completely silent treatment, cold shoulder, like now you don't exist to me anymore because you dared to disagree with my guru. Like, man, that was rough.
You're gonna love the Stoics.
It's traumatic. It's traumatic. What you're talking about is traumatic, and it's a head fuck because you can't. So here's one of the things I noticed early on in life is that everybody assumes that everybody else is like them. And maybe that's just me assuming that everybody assumes that because I assume that. But I think that what happens is a good person assumes, well, this person wants something good or they want friendship. It's like, no, you don't understand. Some people want what's bad. They do. They really, really do. They want you destroyed. They want things to be worse rather than better. That's very rare. There's a lot of people that are not in that category.
It's more common than you might think. So like one of the, I mean, it's sometimes more innocent than you might think. So there are different kinds of ethics of merit or desert. So some people really focus on rewarding people for contribution, and some people are much more focused on rewarding people based on their needs. And the kind of people who sort of pay attention more to needs stand a risk of developing, like subconsciously, just a way to what's it called, malingering in medicine, just to make themselves more needy so that they can get more. And it's a thing that's Marshall Linehan talks about in the Dialectical Behavior Therapy Handbook, where patients try not to get better because they're afraid they'll stop getting the care from the therapist if they do get better. So they purposefully make themselves worse so that they can get the care from the from the therapist, and they're afraid. So their need to get care because they're needy is keeping them needy in a way that's bad for them, and like that can carry over.
It makes
to other
sense that the
things.
human mind might have evolved to be conscious of where the resources are flowing rather than whether or not I have enough. And so you can understand how a person could fall into that trap, right? Where it's like exactly what you said.
That's the
As long as people
psychology.
are worried about me, they're going to be giving me things, and who knows what I might need tomorrow. I'm kind of okay now, but I always need people to want to give me things. Yeah, that's a hell of a place to be in. And it's a lacking mindset. And it's this attitude of, well, wait a minute. How much am I overflowing? How much am I giving to others? How much is the world around me better because I'm able to give? It's a gravitational pull. It's all sucking. And I think that is pretty common. You brought up the idea of real friendship. Where is it? I think it's inversely proportional to how sick our society is. And I think our society is pretty sick, and that the number of narcissists and broken people is a lot higher than it needs to be. And the quality friendship thing is way lower than it could be, right? So we could just think of it as like two different ways of measuring the health of our society. And
I don't think there are as many narcissists as we think. It's just that they have tools and technology and platforms to shout quite loud and to become quite visible. That's a thing. But
my
I also
perspective is it's a small percentage, but 2% is a really sick society.
One narcissist in the world would be too much narcissists. The other thing is, I think there is something wrong psychologically, pretty much in the baseline. Pretty much everyone has something not as dramatic as a broken house into which rain falls in, but in the sense that we are like a homeowners, and we always have some new developments that's waiting to be done, or some maintenance that's waiting to be done. Maintaining a house, I recommend everyone to become a house owner and stop being just paying rent to an owner, to realize this. And I think my psychology also started to develop as soon as I became a homeowner, because the kind of discipline that you need to develop to keep your house from being corrupted by nature, and also by simply other human beings, including yourself, by basically living in the house, and also improvements that you want to do. It's the same kind of self-discipline that you also need to apply to the development and maintenance and develop the creation of anti-fragility and resilience of your mind.
I don't know, man. According to this narcissistic Buddhist, she was born with a perfect Buddha nature, and all that happened is over time, a little bit of muck got like attached to her. And with a little bit of meditation, she's perfectly able to just get rid of all that muck, and then
that's a red flag over there. Since we are all made of matter, which is imperfect, it's quite easy to establish that. We have a lot of noise and signal by baseline, by our inherent human nature. We have a lot of evolutionary psychology baggage that might have served us, like in the Paleolithic, but no longer serves us quite well. We need to kind of repurpose it or redirect it in some sense, not stifle it necessarily. And we all have, when we are little children, we all have this self-centeredness to us, in which we always say me a lot in relationship to our parents, and that thing can be outgrown from, and it can be integrated. So we still think about ourselves in self-care terms, but not in instrumentalizing entire nations kind of way into tyranny or something from earthliness to that. So in between, so there's a lot to this.
Let me face the camera. All right, so let's say there's an XY graph here, right? So yeah, children rightly start out me. All they're doing is crying. Why? Because they're completely helpless, right? But as you continue in life, maybe your meanness is supposed to go down. And I think part of when I meet narcissists, sometimes I think you never became 14 or you never became 4. Like you're just sort of trapped in one of these developmental areas here. But yeah, so the end of your life should be something like, I've given away absolutely everything, right? Even my body is now given away to nature. And so I'm going from, I need everything, so give me from your body sustenance without me even having words to ask for it, down to I've given everything away for other things to eat. And that's sort of, anyway, there's a trajectory there. I think that's a really good picture, what you're talking about.
Anyway, guys, like I just want to point out, we've gone on for 3 hours and 40 minutes, and I guess we
That's
can
it?
go on for another 3 hours about narcissists easily.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, wait, I had a
We
question for all of you, real quick.
We haven't even heard from Graham about his horror stories, so
Yes.
Go
Wait,
on.
okay, so here's a quick question for all of 3 of you. While we've been talking about narcissists, how many of you have had the thought pop into your head more than once, I hope I'm not like that? And maybe like a little bit of worry that where you say, sometimes I've done that, or I did cut a friend off. So is that me being a narcissist and trying to be cruel to people, right? It's like, you brought up this narcissist that you were talking about, and she's like, I was born perfect and other people have thrown muck on me and I just have to get rid of it. There's a guy that I don't like very much in the religious traditions. I have more problems with him than anyone else. And I think that says probably more about me than it does about him, because I'm going to quote something he said that I think is really powerful. Paul said, I am the chief of sinners. That's a good perspective, right? Ironically, if you think you're the worst, narcissists aren't worried that they're narcissists, right? They're not worried. They're already perfect. So how could they possibly not be perfect? And being a narcissist isn't perfect. If you're worried about it, you're probably in the right place. So while we're saying let's not be narcissists, let's also continue to worry that we might be, in a sense, ironically.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. Anyway.
Rumi says, pray for a tough instructor to make you afraid of who you were.
I don't know. Is your mic not working, Graham?
No, I hadn't started trying to talk yet there. I was letting Rogério talk.
Okay, sorry.
Go ahead.
Polite. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to disagree with your last point there. With my experience with narcissism, nope, never enters into my mind for a second whether I'm a narcissist or not.
Right.
And,
well,
we've
been picking on them, so obviously we don't think we are those. But yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to speak here because your experience with narcissists, you sell them far, far short of the evil they truly are. Mm. You talk about the love phase bombing, and my narcissist one went on 3 freaking years, dude. You're talking about, so quickly. My rug got pulled out of me after 30 freaking years. 33 years to be technical, if you want to throw in the esoteric number.
Yeah.
This was one, you put a bullet into my head July 11, 2020. I die a happy man, thinking I have loving wife, kids, and friends. July 12, 2020, I get the rug pulled out from underneath me by my wife and kids coming across the room screaming, "You MFer," and physically attacking me. She had that plan in place from when she met me in 1987 as my college sweetheart. She did worse to her mother. She and her brother were inside agents for her father, and they brainwashed and basically psychologically and narcissistically abused their mother into home aborting their sibling when my wife was 13 in exchange for millions of dollars of their father's retirement. You're going off it like what narcissism is, and saying about how these very glib phrases you're throwing around. I don't think you've come close to peering into the heart of it.
How long ago was this?
I met her in 87. The rug pull was July 12, 2020. So it's just over 3 years. And I have done a lot of work on narcissistic abuse since then just to recover. I don't talk to my kids. They were inside agents against me. She
I
triangulated
can't
and brought
imagine.
she triangulated and brought all of my friends, including my siblings, into it as well.
You're giving us a story that's very foreign to us, at least from my perspective. I've been fortunate to not have encountered this level of maliciousness, and so I could not even pretend to have a feint of wisdom about what you went through.
Yeah,
I can't imagine 30 years. Do you think it's easier for you to identify this now, or is it just utter chaos and confusion?
Oh, no, I can easily identify it now. It was chaos and confusion at the time because the essence of narcissism is antinomy. It's the step pounding on your foot. It's their actions not matching their words, pounding on your foot and saying they're not hurting you.
Yeah. So I think part of the reason why we're saying it's easy to identify them is that we just mean when we meet another one. When we learned our hard lesson, mine was a 2-year lesson. I cannot imagine a 30-year lesson. I mean, I honestly don't understand how someone recovers from the malevolence of a 30-year system like that. It's unimaginable to me. The 2-year one that I went through was enough for me to think I was never going to make it back to feeling human again. So my condolences, and I have no idea what it's like to recover from that. I mean, I'm surprised you're even here having good conversations. I would say that's a testament to your character, but I can't imagine. I have nothing I can add to that to be helpful even. That's shocking as hell.
There's nothing. It's one of those, part of it is my father, again, the only thing that saves me is my father from birth taught me, radical acceptance. The truth is what it is. You got to accept it. And, it's like too many people think getting angry about an objective truth is going to change it. It won't. It's like, this happened. All I can do is try to make the best of it from here on out. And one of the things she sat there and said is, I abandoned early on with the idea of I'm going to have an experience going forward that's like most other people. Because most other people, they have parts of the first 60 years of their lives that they can connect to rather than just this huge severance. Whereas like everybody just walked away from me. And it's just, that's not a normal human experience. So I don't expect to have normal trajectory going forward.
Well, you have, well, certainly it's not. I mean, you have no idea what the future holds and who's going to be able to see. I mean, one of the problems with narcissists is that people eventually can see through them when they no longer have you to attack. They have to become unable to get along with the other people and start eating the other people around them. So sometimes you end up with people who realize, oh, wow, I was wrong about this person all along, but you have no idea.
Part of it is again, another part of the story is unwittingly, I married into the mob without realizing it.
You married into the what?
Mob, the mafia.
Oh,
yeah.
And the mafia is inherently narcissistic. And that's part of the point is the essence of narcissism is putting a relationship turns you and me into we. And the essence of narcissism is, that relationship is its own being. We both feed into it. We both get out of it. Narcissists put me before we in the relationship and see the relationship and therefore you as simply a human resource that they can drain. They'll feed into it as much as an investment in order to get more back out in the long run.
Yeah.
You shed light, Graham, for what it's worth, even though I can completely be confident of my ignorance of your experience. You shed light of a further important and essential point of the purpose of figuring ways to minimize such situations or prevent them for other people, basically. So figuring out ways to kind of expose what these people are before they do more damage, because when people with this kind of depravity and maliciousness they become really, really close to us. That's how they can do so much damage to other people. They become really, really close, and that's where it really hurts. At least that's what I'm interpreting.
Oh yeah, no, 100%, Rogério. It's one of those. No, I had no idea. You worm your way in. Again, it's a long-term covert, and again, it's a family tradition. My wife was the third generation to do it. Her grandmother did it. Her father did it, and she's trained my kids to do it too. So,
Jesus. There's a begrudging respect one has to have for really grand evil. I mean, goddamn, that's horrifying.
That's refined.
That's
no, I agree with you 100%. Once I figured it out, it's like, yeah,
Jesus
no,
Christ.
that's a formula that's going to work long term.
Well,
Yeah, no
for a
wonder.
while. Okay, so I have a question.
Maybe to just stick to the theme of being unnecessarily pedantic, as we've been for almost 4 hours now. I would say like elements of that story sound to me much more like antisocial personality disorder than narcissistic personality disorder.
Right.
And they can be comorbid, but they're not always comorbid. So I think maybe our experiences with narcissists have been with ones who haven't had such a callous disregard for the suffering of others that they would purposefully inflict it in order to gain themselves.
Well, I am talking about that.
That's more antisocial, yeah. Like, so the characteristic of narcissism is mostly in the delusional sense of superiority, and some of those can have an aversion for hurting others as well. So they can inadvertently hurt others by sort of failing to pay attention in ways that are meant to protect their ego. They can be very hurtful and very abusive, and it's like, especially when their ego gets threatened, they can get emotional and out of control in a way that's hurtful. That's different from people who play sort of a long game to purposefully and strategically take advantage of people in ways that they just do not care for the suffering. That's more antisocial. But like I said, those things are often comorbid and difficult to tease apart. But yeah.
I was picking up on that as well. So that's why I started introducing the term malevolence, just because let's take it as a blanket term for some sort of nastiness, and I won't know what the right categories are to diagnose.
Yeah,
I have a question for you. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, that's why I refer to it as covert sociopathic, because that sociopathic aspect covers a lot of what you're going there. I do want to point out one of the things that I figured out along the way so that mystified me for the longest time, is those people who exhibit it, when they take actions, their actions are designed to both benefit themselves and hurt other people at the same time. If they don't have that
mindset,
if they don't have the option to hurt that other person, they won't pick that option. And I sat there because I tried to figure it out for me, because in essence, the narcissist will pass up that box with $1,000 in cash on the table saying, "Take me," in order to roll the bum in the alley for $20. Because they get to hurt the bum doing so. And for the longest time, it's like, why would they turn down free money? And part of that's my economic training. Training has the idea of somebody turning down free money makes no sense, which points out why it must be some sort of mental disorder tag.
Maybe the most exacerbated form of Schadenfreude, which I have no word for, probably, because Schadenfreude is usually a trivial thing. Maybe that's what's going on there. It's a very heightened form of Schadenfreude. They are taking pleasure on other people's suffering, and that is worth to them more than free money or free stuff or whatnot.
Bingo.
So that sadistic element, right?
Sadism,
Graham, let's talk whether or not we have the right diagnostic term for it or whatever. What you're describing here, let's take that personage who says, look, let's try to understand what's going on in their mind here for a minute, because it's actually a little bit laughable. They're cognitively blind to the free money. In their perspective, all they see is a zero-sum game. They don't see themselves benefiting. Like you said with your economics education, you understand it's not all a zero-sum game, that you can do well and your friend can do well, and your friend doing well can make the world generally a better place, and which means everybody's doing better. They don't have that formula. So what do we mean by they're cognitively blind to it? Means pity them. They walk past $1,000 every day and never pick it up. The amount of goodness that can come into their life on that path, even though they can cause a lot of pain to a lot of other people, and they can make things worse and make other people think in the same sort of a way, that they're missing out on so much goodness that they could have, because they can only believe they've received some goodness if they know the harm it's caused to someone else.
Bingo. And this leads into why I was so blind and taken for 30 years, because back in the 80s, talking to my, before she was even my fiance, just my girlfriend at the time, we always talked about how stupid it was for criminals to be wasting all that time and energy on being criminals, when if you put that same amount of energy and resources into something productive, not only do you end up better off, but so does everybody else.
But she couldn't see that?
No, she was saying that as an intentional inoculation / cover, so I wouldn't suspect that she was the exact opposite. That's one of the things that narcissists will often project they'll project what they're doing onto others. And they will also basically sit there and say how much they're against the very things that they're doing.
Like the example, like very trivial example of a couple, and one of the members of the couple is extremely jealous and always talking about betrayal and infidelity while doing it, basically.
They're the cheater. Exactly.
Because it's always on their mind.
It's projection. They think Well, imagine this. Imagine you steal, and you're an ethical person in every way except that you steal when you want something. Well, you're constantly anxious that people are going to take things from you because you believe that everybody steals when they think they can get away with it. But that's not true of everybody. It's just what you've put yourself in a hell where everybody else is like that because you violated that. And so because you're like that, you assume everybody else is like that. You're living in a much less secure and good place than someone who doesn't steal. Anyway, go ahead.
Careful if you visit in South Africa with that kind of attitude. Things are a little different here.
In South Africa, the attitude is what?
South Africa, theft is very common. Like we have all kinds of rules about not leaving things lying around because they do get stolen. Guarantee. Like we're very surprised.
That's hell.
If things make it for a little while, like if something doesn't get stolen, people are like, that's the story. We have, I forgot my telephone in the bathroom for like a whole 20 minutes, and it was there when I came back. It's fucking amazing. Can you? Yeah. Everybody's like, whoa, dude, that's so lucky. Also,
you put your lamps in cages. You put your lamps in cages outside.
Yeah. I remember living in a place for a couple of years where everybody had these cages around their houses, and people would reach in and steal the welcome mats if they could reach them. And so, but that's hell. That's the hell I'm talking about, right? It's like, so heaven is pretty rare to live in a place that's not like that. But what generates that hell is imagine you're living in heaven where nobody steals because they think it's ethically wrong, or because they think it's pathetic to lower yourself to do something you're not proud of, so you can't boast about in front of people, or whatever system keeps them from doing it. The one person who steals, they're also living in hell. They may as well move to South Africa, because to them, now they're living in a world where everybody will do that to them. And it's like, okay, anyway.
The point is a lot of our suffering is self-inflicted.
Well, yeah, you're harming yourself when you're crossing ethical lines. And so the malevolent person who's trying to harm others is really trying to make the world a much worse place, and we need to stay away from them.
Yeah,
actually, maybe just
go ahead.
Just tie that thing you said just now, Rogério, back to Buddhism, and maybe that bring us back to a place where we can maybe call it a day.
Good.
I actually think this notion that like all suffering is caused by desire. Something that's closer to the truth and maybe more helpful is this, like a real insight that a lot of our suffering is self-inflicted, or at least made worse by the things we do, and that there are more wise ways in which we could act that would decrease our suffering. Although this notion that there's some kind of insight or path towards boundless, eternal non-suffering and immortality, that's a pie in the sky. I don't think we're going to get to, but yeah, I think we can decrease our own suffering and decrease the suffering of the people close to us, our friends and our family and our colleagues and that kind of thing, by living more wisely. And actually, like, for the record, I do think in like the diverse richness that is Buddha's tradition, there's quite a lot of gems we can actually learn from them to do just that, to live more wisely and to cause less stupid unnecessary suffering, and to help ourselves and also the people around us suffer less unnecessarily.
I have a question for Graham that I'd like to ask real quickly, if that's okay. So the question is this. I think that it's not possible to interact with that kind of malevolence and that low mindset, the zero-sum game, all of that stuff. I don't think it's possible to not stay in the hell that person's in for the rest of your life unless you've also experienced the good. A real friendship, real love, like, it's possible for that to exist, even if it's just within you, that you have good intentions, that you wish others were doing well, that if you don't have some experience with the good, it's not possible. Like, everything gets dragged to hell unless somebody knows something about what's up the mountain. Would you say that that's correct? Incorrect? Did that play a role in your survival, recovery?
I think there are aspects of that involved with it. I would say in my situations, it's much more Potemkin. It's much more of narcissists care about what's on the screen. And they care about appearances rather than substances. As long as they look good, they are good. And that's part of how they measure up to other people. They're always judging how they look compared to other people, because when they look at other people, they're not judging that other person for the person they are. They're judging them for their bank account size, their house, the what they can obviously see, the obviousness of it. And so to me, that's the biggest one, is they're focused.
Do you
on
look
the
at
screen.
Is that how you look at people?
No, the screen's always there. The screen is where we interact. That's that middle ground in between us. That's objective reality. I take an action.
But how do you look at people? Like,
I look at people as people. There are others like me. There are other beings like me in a different body going around doing stuff. I don't know how it's not more complicated than that for me.
But you're not reduced. I'm not asking you for a big fancy philosophical definition that I would knock down or some nonsense like that. I'm saying, you're saying the narcissist is looking them as a means to acquire things. Are you looking at people that way? Of course, obviously you're not, right? You're seeing them as potential.
No. As an economist, those things that they do have. That's what I'm saying, is the narcissists don't look beyond the things that they have.
Okay.
They're not focused on the becoming. They're not focused on the becoming aspect of how they got it. They're just focused on that they have it. And if they have more than the narcissist is jealous and needs to pass them. If they have less than the narcissist can get all snooty and say how much better they are than them.
I understand. Well, you look beyond that, and I've been trying to push you to describe what the beyond is, but I won't do that anymore. But we'll just leave it at you look beyond that, and I agree, and I think that's.
And again, I'm going to explain via Plato's cave and stuff. You got to go beyond the projector and get to the hand puppets and stuff.
There's something real there for sure. All right, I'm gonna shut up.
Missed the chance to go to it's not this and also not that.
Fumble.
It's not this. It's not this. And it's also not that. God damn it. What about this? I said that already. This is like a Who's on First sketch.
Guys, I really need to go. And I think if you guys are for it, please keep the conversation going. But I really need to go.
Great to see you again, Rogério.
Thanks, Rogério. I'll
Thanks,
put the
guys.
music on. Bye-bye.